Hey. Hey, what's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Yes.
Panda, you're not in the... Hey, what are you doing? Your camera moved. What's up, Mr. Coffee? Guys, we got too many games for tonight. I don't know what's going on. Someone's gonna have to remove one of the but I can't accept any more late submissions unless I'm heavily bribed. Oh, okay. Mr. So is switching his game. My nightmare loss. Alright. Let's see. Copy PGN, learn, study. I just put in Velimirovich. Chapter. Paste. So we get Nightmare Loss. Me the other. Am I analyzing the right game there? I think so. The other. I like that. Very descriptive. Alright, my studies. Boom. Alright. Velimirovich is gone. Till next week. Banished. It's me versus the other. Yeah, I got your message. Me versus the other is first. I've got 11 games. Mr. Slow. I believe Arsenal. Learn from your mistakes, chapter 1. Who's that? I don't remember who this is. That's a problem. Learn from your mistakes, chapter 1. No, that's Yabatis, I think. No. Who's learn from your mistakes, chapter 1? Alms against Uber driver. That's an Uber driver. Morales. Yabatis, Tazik. Only person I can think of is Move 11. No, Move 11's there. Move 11's down at the bottom with Astrobate. Wait, we've got Sun Prism. And who's Anonymous? That's Anonymous is I know who that is. I can go second if anyone's in a hurry. Is anyone in a hurry? There was only one game I'm not sure about who this is. Anonymous. Oh no, that's him. No, I don't know who Learn Your Mistakes, Learn from Your Mistakes chapter 1 is. Learn from Your Mistakes chapter 1. Is that like... Anybody remember? I'm not going to do that game until I remember who it is. It doesn't have... Wait, we can see the study. Site. I liked it. Oh, it's Sack Sack Draw. Okay, Sack Sack Draw. Alright, Sack Sack Draw is the subscriber as well. Alright, Mr. So, we'll start with your game. I don't think anyone is necessarily in a hurry. It was the annotator field. Okay. So, Mr. Slow, Arsenal fan, Sack Sack Draw, Uber driver, Morales, Yabatis, Tazik, Sus, Move 11, Astrobate, and Sun Prism. That's 11. We're going to try to get through as many as possible. Those who bribed me, you know, can go earlier. We haven't had a good bribing lately. You know, in the spirit of the Chinese police, I think you'd get some bribery going on. In the spirit of the Balkans. Though Hungary is arguably like not really in the Balkans. Mr. Sohan Patzar has tipped $10. Some of us, especially Arsenal fan, in need of a little bit of a pat on the back. I'm also very, very prone to losing my self-confidence, Mr. Slow. Alright, so me versus the other. Mr. Slow is white. Let's see what went wrong here. See what went right. How's my board? Board looks okay. Alright, everything's ready. We got board sound, action, camera, lights, Ponda. So Mr. Slow is playing white, e4, c5, knight f3. And now, Mr. Slow has a repertoire where he plays a mix of open Sicilian and Bruslimo. His opponent played d6. So here we're seeing Mr. Slow from a live tournament recently, last week. And he's going with d4. His opponent played cd, knight d, knight f6, knight c3, and now the Najdorf. Yeah, so I don't normally play the Najdorf. I did think about experimenting with it. I have had a bunch of games that we've seen where various people did play h3. I think it's a decent move. I don't think it's anything special. I think it's one of many reasonable moves against the Najdorf. Now I'm thinking back and feels like I'm recalling another game where Mr. Slow played h3 that ye shared with Sire on the stream maybe like a year ago. Do you remember that, Mr. Slow? Ye shared an h3. Another h3 you played. It seems no one is prepared for this. It was very trendy a few years ago. I think the trend has maybe worn off. So it's gone out of fashion. It doesn't have the durability of the London system. Okay. Well, I think in the Najdorf, there's two schools of thought about e5 or e6, and people tend to like one structure or the other. I do think that e5 is probably best. But, many players who prefer to play with e6. But no doubt, doesn't give black as much space. And white's attacking chances are much, much stronger in the e6 lines. So basically what we have now is a Scheveningen, where white is playing a sort of carries attack, black's playing a6. If you think about it, you played the carries attack, black responded with a6, and you played h3, which is a reserved way of playing the carries attack, more or less. And now black played h6, which is the main way of defending against the carries attack. So you have a form of carries attack. Reasonable position for both sides, I would think. But also, maybe not like black's most dynamic. He could try to counter fianchetto. Basically, using b5, bishop g2, bishop b7. I mean, clearly like here you have g5 and the knight gets driven back on fd7. I mean, h3, it's a slow move and it carries attack. I always tell the story how I've had this game with Gufeld that's somehow one of my studies, and it was an h3 carries attack. But the weird thing about these lines is that it's kind of possible for white to go castle on either side, although oftentimes you're going to go short with the bishop on g2. The king side is relatively safe. But h6, okay. And now, you're not obligated to play bishop g2, but it's very likely, you will have to play it at some point because of e4 needing protection. So I would wonder about moves like Queen E2. Is there any case where, maybe we can delay the bishop moving? Is there any benefit in that? Obviously, like bishop E3, but bishop G2 has a clear benefit that it stops B5 because of E5, barring an exchange sacrifice. I don't know. Anyway, we probably don't need to pay too much attention to this point in the opening. Black now played G5. And it turns out this is a commonly played move. I mean, one kind of has to wonder why Black plays that. Well, the answer, I guess, is F4. It certainly takes the fun out of F4. But, okay, I've never played, to my memory, this exact position for either side, and definitely not with white. But if Black just responds with a normal move, the question is, what are you doing? Yeah, I mean, it's a common idea in the Sicilian in general to secure E5 square. But I was wondering if G5 is maybe specifically also intended to discourage or stop F4 in this particular position. But look at the statistics now. 497 games with bishop E3, a lot of games with queen D3, kind of a weird move. I guess the queen slides over here. H4, B3, but the move that scores the best, well, the highest winning percentage, one of the highest winning percentages is F4. F4 is what I was thinking, like, G5 would prevent F4. I mean, if you ask me why this move is played now, I would say to prevent F4. So, there it is. It obviously doesn't prevent H4, and Mr. Slow is right to point out that it's an attempt to secure the E5 square. You said secure the E5 square for a knight. I agree, but we could just say it secures the E5 square. It could be a bishop, it could be a rook, could be a queen. Whatever it might be, like Black, yeah, usually a knight wants to have a long-term outpost on E5. But this move, again, it doesn't stop H4. So there's one game from 1991 there. Yeah, on H4, Black just simply played Rook G8 and abandoned the H file in a single game where that was played. But, okay, our plan is not to play H4, you castled. And so castles is very rare here. But, I mean, who knows? There's no way to know this position. Like, oh, I'm at the tournament. I remember specifically when I'm playing against, 8G5 in the H3. There's so many variations in a lot of transpositions. I think all you can really remember is, like, general plans. F4 takes, and bishop takes F4, we lose a piece to E5. So F4 is not really a viable plan. You intended to castle kingside, but it's notable how few players have played this. There's only a handful of games where white castle kingside. Wonder why that is. Everybody likes castling queenside. Or B3. It seems to be a specialty move. A specialty of the house. Shirov 1997. Very specific move that has another important point. That maybe not that obvious, but in many cases the C4 square is hard to control. So, if you have like a knight popping into E5 or C4, B3 is useful in that type of situation as well. Yeah, I'm thinking like B3 had to be recommended in some books because look how many games it's played in. It's not like, oh, what a coincidence, everyone played B3. Sheriff beat a Kopian in 97. So, probably like that game got good coverage. Maybe it was mentioned in some books. But I don't think that it's the most natural move. The thing is, like, if you go here, now we're really walking right into knight c4. That's the thing that bothers me about this position. It's like boing, 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 boing. So your bishop's going to get hit, in many cases, by knight to c4. So that is kind of an issue. So you can see here queen e2 is the main move now. Not, obviously not unrelated to the c4 square, but a normal idea in these types of positions. Anyway, you castle kingside. This is not so common. Black plays knight d7, and now you played a4. So now we're really, now we are really out of book, so to speak. The a4 move, a natural kind of Skaven-Ingen move. I don't know that black, I don't know that black is threatening b5, but he might be. So let's just say you did, let's just say you were to play queen e2. And here there's two games, and both of those players played bishop e7. Because, obviously there are maybe like sacrifices with knight d5, but just for kicks and giggles, what would happen if black were to play b5? Do we have anything or not? I'm kind of curious about this. Is this the kind of situation where we should do this, or does black have a good exchange sack? It looks like a problem for black. And the problem for black isn't like take, 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 necessarily. I think the problem for black might be this intermezzo. Knight takes e6, which would like screw up his entire structure. If it wasn't for this, I think that black might have a decent exchange sack there. This looks really ugly. Knight e6 takes and then takes. That's, forget it. Black is, in the other case, yeah. So, the moral of the story, Mr. Slow, is kind of like, I guess a4 isn't really necessary for any particular reason. Alright. Knight on bd7, a4, and now, you could play a5, and I guess that might be your plan. It is interesting that if your plan is to play a5, he cannot attack that easily. Knight c4 can be met by knight to b3, or he cannot win the pawn on a5 easily if you choose to play that. So yeah, that's what I thought. I agree with you here. If you're gonna play a4, the idea was to take away the b6 square. Well, I think it's just general kind of like space gaining. Black has a kind of non-traditional position. Where is he supposed to castle? And anytime he plays b6, he can play b6, but he's going to have an isolated a pawn. So I think a5 is logical. Follow up to a4. Otherwise, why did you play a4? It's kind of the only good follow up to a4 is to play a5. It's not like, he can play b6 again. The sacrifice is too strong. Nedog. Who made him a mod? I thought I demodded him. Mr. Coffee, did you remod Nedog? God damn it. These guys stick together. Alright, so black plays bishop e7, a5, knight e5, and now you played the obvious move, f4. Move 11 says f4 looks extreme. I was taking pretty much, I'm biased by the big purple annotation there. I mean, it is kind of one of White's primary breaks. And I like the F-file. But I guess saying F4 extreme is a little bit exaggerating, no? It looks like something that Arsenal would do immediately using less than 2 seconds on the clock. And it's like a lot of people's first candidate move, including probably me. But, you know, I do think that you have to be... I mean, you have to be cognizant of the fact that you are kind of weakening your king side a little bit in the long run on the dark squares. On the other hand, like, you're playing the open Sicilian and you're playing f4. And if you don't play it, maybe black can play knight to g6 and lock it down. I don't know. You know, probably that's an idea. And it's probably still an idea after takes, knight g6, knight h4. But I wouldn't mind, you know, the bishop gets to f4, it's pretty active there. G takes f4, bishop f4. This is passive. I mean, I see this as a threat, but BFD, there's no queen b6. Looks good for white. So he goes here. And now black has double threat of e5 and bishop, knight takes b2. But I mean, let's be fair. Is knight takes b2 really a threat? Maybe. But it's risky. Saxectra is gifting a tier 1 sub to the community to Ante. I don't know how to say the Ante. I guess it's Ante 77K. So you played f4. You're facing the possible threat of e5 here. You've been studying Velimirovich games. Notably not Karpov. It's a far cry from like Karpov Geller. I mean, you know, he doesn't have anything on this diagonal. Looks good for white, but at the same time, is knight takes b2 a threat? Queen e2, queen c7. It looks like he might have the threat. Like if I just do a random move, you take here. Forget about e5. You know, I'm just asking this question. Is that knight trapped? Is the knight trapped? It doesn't look easy to play. I'm not that worried about knight takes b2. I am worried about e5 though. Now this is going to be like very serious. So there's also a fork here. So if you're going to make a move now, you know, you played b3. Is that right? You played b3, but why not like queen e2? Why can't I make a move, by the way? Okay, I made king h1, sorry. If queen e2, if we're going to attack the knight, why play b3? Because you're losing a pawn. Good questions deserve great answers. Thank you. Man. This does look promising for white, though. You have e5. Got a Kamsky style with the a4, a5 pawn sack. Whatever happens here, I mean, it does look extremely active for white. Now, what are you doing in my analysis stream? And who made you a mod? Timed him out. He doesn't come to my stream for like 6 months. comes to stream, starts posting videos. What is this, dude? I'm trying to do... We need people who are trying to be serious about chess here. And what are you doing? You're a bad influence for the other people with ADD. That's a definite timeout. Can you untime yourself out? Oh no, not that. Game from the 80s or whatever. Jesus. Alright, B3. Now black played knight takes A5. Why is knight takes E5 so bad? Same thing? E5, right. Why is B3 better than Queen E2? It keeps the knight on D4 defended? Maybe this will play a sort of pivotal role, like the fact that we're keeping this protected. Okay, interesting. Anyway, knight takes A5 double question mark. Well, easy for the computer to say that. We're keeping this protected. I timed. I'm gonna have to remod him now. Can you remod him? I have to remod him. Come on. Are you serious? No. I think I did it to Mr. Coffee once. He speaks from experience. That's stupid, by the way. What a stupid feature. What, automatically unmod someone because they got timed out? That's dumb. Knight takes A5. It's like a slap on the wrist. Why can't mods get slaps on the wrist? E5, that's a few arrows. Have you thought about football commentary? E5, obviously. I don't know, man. I mean, this move is extremely obvious. Mr. So, to be fair, I had this double question mark in my brain when he played this for his move. But I mean, I think the E5 is a little generous. You know, exclamation point. You're being a little generous with yourself. I think this is a really obvious move. Alright, bishop takes E5. Does he have anything against it? Now the point is, like, your queen is on E2 instead of the move B3. Your knight is a little more vulnerable on D4. On the other hand, there's a plus side to the queen being on E2. The plus side would be that your rook could come to the d-file, but here you have queen F3, for example, attacking F6. So black to play, he castles. I was thinking queen d2, just to simply take on h6. You played queen d3. For me, it's a little bit of a strange move. That got an exclamation point. I mean, this looks really obvious. Can he defend with like knight h7? I mean, what does he do after queen d2? Knight c6 doesn't work. Or does it? Oh geez. Does this work? You could play bishop takes c6. That would be funny. Bishop takes c6. And then queen takes h6. With the idea of rook takes f6. Well, no, I know that's your cheap idea. The first thing I saw was this. You know, when you play Queen D3, there's this and this. This is really what you're hoping for. But I was unsure what the hell's going on after something like that. Because like both queens would be attacked. I mean, if it's my game for sure, I'm playing like Queen D2. And what does black do? Wrong sack? Oh, rook f7. Oh, that was the game he actually played 97. Oh my god. Yeah, the problem is that, you know, you're not threatening h7. I mean h6. The point is he doesn't have to play 97. First of all, I can't believe you lost. Secondly, why did he play 97? Does he have another move though? Maybe not. Well, he has knight c6. What about knight c6? I mean, that's a pretty obvious move, no? Now we're going to do bishop takes. Okay, but then the second question is, where's the... You got this. Okay. He's got a check. That's a problem. But if I had queen takes h6, I would be breaking through on f6 now. But I don't see the win here. There's no clear win. That's why I'm arguing for queen d2. Because how the heck does this guy defend? To me it seems better, you know. In this line you're taking and you're going h6 and it's like curtains for black. Queen d3 is cool. But is it as good? This is really good. So he should play knight c6. I thought. Maybe I'm missing something. Knight c6. You have knight c6. Why does this work? Knight c6, b c6, queen d. Oh, you're winning a piece. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I didn't realize f6 is simply dropping. Ah. So he can't play that in either. Actually, he can play it in the queen d2 case. He can't play it in this case. Okay. So that's the benefit of this. Although queen d2 was strong too, this is really nice. And then check. He plays king takes. King takes a7. Oh my god. So check king e8. Looks like something I would do. You're in time pressure now. This is also an exclamation point. But man, I mean, talk about playing the simplest continuation. Joe. Dude, he's got 17 pieces he can interpose on f6. Bro. You're winning. Simply winning. It's the simplest position I ever saw. Check. Takes. He didn't take because of bishop d5 or what? Well, he might as well sack his queen at this point. Why not? The obvious. check, king e8, check. No, he has knight takes e5. There's a big hole there. You're not winning like that so easily. This is a really good move. Now your idea, really simply winning. Mr. Slow, it's not simple if you're like in time pressure. I have a headache from this position. So what are we're down a rook. And now you blundered with a natural rook takes a5. When you're down in exchange for a pawn. Hard to believe that that's really bad. The point is you have better. So you missed the stunning knight to d5. Threatening knight c7 with virtual checkmate. You saw knight d5 and I had no idea why you played it. Well, I lost the game a couple years ago in a similar, not as dramatic way, where I had like 2 moves and I played the wrong one and I lost instead of won. Spectacular Tamil from India. Spectacular Camel has resubscribed for 57 months. We said did a sub earlier. Thank you guys. So yeah, well, I mean, the position gives me like vertigo, you know. But I guess for Mr. Slow it's normal. But I've seen him lose a lot of crazy positions in time pressure because he likes to get down on his increments like me. So it's not surprising you make the wrong choice in time pressure, probably. Now, black doesn't have a lot of moves. I assume this is one of them. I mean, but still, you have a very small material disadvantage here. I mean, I think no matter how tactical the position is, it's important to keep like an objective perspective of what's going on, you know, fundamentally in positions. You're only down the exchange for 1 pawn. Clearly, black's king is unsafe. You're well coordinated. We have a small issue with the hanging knight and bishop. So you really don't want to take on f6 and give up your extra bishop. You know? You just got the Blu-ray of Vertigo. Mr. Slow finds another exclamation point here. Knight b5. Too many arrows. I feel like I'm working on ESPN. So knight b5, beautiful move. Now black has to take. The c7 is too much. Black has no checks. And he sacks and exchange back. So now the material is almost completely equal. White is actually a pawn up. e6 is hanging. d4 is protected only by that knight. So black has queen e6. And now black's up a piece for a pawn. But we have bishop takes b7. And Mr. Slow plays the world's fanciest move now, queen f5. Okay, there's a check here. And there's a check there if we move the king up. And there's a check there and there. So if we take check, you know, the problem is this check. Mr. Slow must have seen it, but he must be worried about queen e1 check. That's the question. What do we do on queen e1 check? Asterbate, thanks for gifting the gift sub to Happy Chappy. And there's this check here, and that's the other issue. H2 is not good. So G2, but here black has another check at E2. And so the point is bishop F2. So he has to calculate all the way to that. And when in a vacuum, black would have some sort of target practice against F2. If you have enough time here, you're winning this game 100%. My guess is that you're in time pressure. You saw a bunch of checks, and perhaps feared that this didn't work, and Queen F5 was simpler. But Queen F5 allows... What does Queen F5 allow? Queen F5 allows the same check. I wonder if there'll be some complications with bishop D8. Well, most importantly, our king doesn't have the G2 square. The nice thing about playing bishop takes B7 is that you get the G2 square. So Queen F5 double question mark. My fear was this. He can take. Oh my god, he can take. So the point is, on Queen F5, you could go all kinds of moves, right? Or not. You have to play bishop F1. Bishop F1 is allowing Queen G3 check. Okay, I'm still confused even here. There's still problems with bishop D6. What do you play after Queen E1 check? Even here, I don't know what to do. I mean, I guess it could be a draw. Or maybe your point was to exchange queens. But then you're screwed because you have to take with the king. Or maybe this was your point. You have bishop takes, attacking B5. Allow no counterplay. Not Mr. Slow's style. He plays Queen F5 but misses the simple take King D7. And now we go into draw mode. Oh, it's so hard. We're down a piece. There still might be some legit chances to hold this, given how few pawns are left. This is definitely not a no-brainer. But I'm a little worried. Though objectively it might not be enough. Yeah, the first rule of the Sicilian is all endgames are good for black. Mr. Slow played bishop F1. I mean, black can even play B4, it looks like. Check. No. Rook F8. Interesting. That's a weird move, actually. I don't think Rook F8 is the right response here. But I guess it's a reasonable one. It doesn't look like optimal. Well, he's a piece down. But, you're getting a second pawn now. And there's only 2 black pawns left on the board. I would imagine this isn't ideal for black. King C7. But he's starting bishop takes F5 now. So we need to preserve that. So bishop D3. And then bishop D6. But again, dude, in an endgame, 2 pawns for a knight, with the amount of material left on the board here, it looks like really good drawing chances. So you play King F2. Yeah, I mean, you're obviously in time pressure. I'm not certain this is lost. Let's see what the engine says. -2. It's right on the borderline, but it's really impossible to say if it's lost, and I think you have practical chances. It is really crazy to lose this game. I like to think I would have put up enough resistance to hold a draw, but Mr. Slow lost on time. But I'm not sure about King F2. I'm not sure like walking out onto the F file is the right idea here. Though he didn't want to get forked with knight F4 probably, so he didn't like G2. I'm not sure we should move the king. I don't know what to do. Maybe like we start moving our pawns, for example. And I also would stop knight D5. But anyway, okay, this was a long game. Look at the evaluation after knight D5, please. So knight D5 plus 7, plus 8. And you saw the same theme with knight B5 later. But you said you saw the move. He has to sack his queen. Literally. Can't he like move his D7 knight somewhere? Like what happens if knight F6 or something? D C7 check, king D7. So he doesn't have to sack his queen necessarily. He could just sack a rook, for example. No big deal. Minus, it's made in 13 now. Obviously you saw that. No, my bad. Made in 9. No, very complicated position. Crazy game. Alright. Joe Farley against Oscar. No, we didn't get to... We have a lot of games tonight, guys. 100 moves? Only 50? Okay. Queen D3, check. Arsenal fan, which side should I be looking at here? From white side? Black. Black was board 2. Okay. I gotta get something to drink. I don't want to drink too much, but it's gonna be a tough stream. 11 games. Guys, please support the stream if possible. Thanks, Mr. Slow. By gifting $10, he took us up to, what does that say? 835. 835. We're up to 41%. I really need glasses now. Okay, so this is from Arsenal's team board 2 game playing black. Fundamentally, this is like the most important opening in chess, I think. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. Bishop E5. Thank God that white didn't play bishop C4. I still believe in knight A5. I had a funny game, just offhand, guys. Yesterday I had a funny game. I played knight A5. My opponent played bishop E2 and I went back. And then he played bishop C4 and I went back to A5. And then my opponent played bishop B3. I thought this was really... This is modern chess, you know. But anyway, I've been having fun with that. Anti-London system. Bishop B5, A6, bishop A4, knight F6. Now white played D3. Shit. So like anti-Marshall. So I guess there's two main ways to play, you know, with or without bishop c5 is really... Okay, so the main determination is really, are we going to develop our bishop like a Steinitz inside the pawn chain with d6 and bishop e7, or maybe even d6, g6, or are we going to go with bishop c5? Obviously, like b5 is possible too. That's a type of archangels. So all these things are possible. d6, I like it. It's solid. You know, this is very solid for black. And we're not obligated to play b5 on the queen side, weakening our structure. Now white plays c3. Absolutely normal move. And now, here, Kurdo approved. I don't know, the first game I played with Kurdo was like knight e7, knight g6 or something. This is not Kurdo. Kurdo played like not knight f6, but usually like a6 and d6. G6. There's also bishop e7, bishop d7. But I like g6. This is a very active way of playing, and it's like a King's Indian. People often compare the Roy Lopez and the King's Indian. And I think there's some similarity, yes, but really the big difference, and this is important, when you play the black side of the King's Indian, you have to remember that white has played like c4, and in the classical King's Indian, c4, e4, and d4, so all three. And when you've played c4, d4, and e4, what square is weaker, When in King's Indians, remember, the d4 square is weakened. That's really the key. And that means that a lot of times, like a King's Indian type positions, I think there's more play for black than in a Roy Lopez, because the d4 square is rather weak. So there's a big difference. It may feel like a King's Indian, but it's not quite as much play for black as in the King's Indian. Castles, bishop g7, rook e1, castles. And so when I play these type of positions, Arsenal fan, I often feel like I'm playing not a King's Indian, but like a Tory attack, like Mr. Coffee. And you'll see the stuff like bishop g5 and knight on bd2 with the pawn on c3. The key is that white doesn't like commit to losing control of d4 the way he does in the King's Indian. Now knight on bd2, and yeah, I mean, this is a tough position for black. Some people have played knight b8, but what do you play? I think that what your friend here did was like very common. This is a useful move, keeping control of g5. We've got ideas of king h7, sometimes knight h7, and it's a typical motif where we're trying to eventually find a way to get in f5 on the king side. It also controls g5 in case the bishop comes out. h6 is a very useful move. Knight f1. Now I don't know. You can always throw in b5, but I don't think that this move should be played lightly. By the way, why have we gone like to move 10 in the Roy Lopez? We haven't played b5. I don't think that people should just chucking b5 out there, like we're hunting hyenas or something. When we play b5, it's serious. I mean, we weaken our queen side and we make ourselves vulnerable to a4, and it's a lot of responsibility. And I just don't know, like, how much value do we get from b5? Don't think it should be automatic. You see here, there's a game with like bishop e7. That's pretty solid. I guess playing d5 denies this bishop like its control of these squares. So this knight is controlling these squares. And if it takes out the knight, white has control of those squares by proxy. And on bb3, we can put the knight on a5, chase it back. It's like a real classical Roy Lopez. So b5 is mostly worth it. But, okay. I think it's reasonable what your guy did. He doesn't want to weaken himself with queen, so the queen side pawn push. Plays this. Another move that is reasonable is like here. There's a couple games with rook e8, Magnus Carlsen. rook e8 just keeps the rook here. I mean, rook e8 does something concrete. It may stop d4 as well. Well, let's call it discourages d4. Rook e8 is very, very fundamental. I mean, I see this diagonal. There's nothing you can do with it. So I like rook e8. This feels a little passive. It's okay. b5 is obviously possible. Like if you put the bishop on e6, you're inviting this. So I don't see any great benefit in that. We all know that bishop g4, right, Arsenal? We all know bishop g4 is bad. Oh, Uber driver, you reminded me. This is a possibility. But it also takes pressure off the enemy center. So, again, like white could immediately play d4. And that doesn't look great. It's like the anti-Magnus Carlsen move. Rook e8 prevents d4, and knight d7 like passively allows it. You're being anti-Magnus Carlsen. But this move also has the drawback that we're abandoning control of the center. There's no tension in the center, so I don't think that pulling a knight off the center is necessarily bad. But you're pretty much inviting d4. If he plays d4, what are we going to do? Because I don't know if I trust f5. This is. You struggle to understand why knight h7 would be better than h5. Well, it's inside the protection of the pawn chain. But in general, you're right. It's the kind of move that would normally be played because knight h5 wasn't available. Yeah. Surprisingly, neither of the moves have been played in the Opening Explorer here. Again, this is a normal King's Indian. Okay, there's a Nigel Short game by a different order of moves. I will say, Arsenal fan, knight h5 is an absolutely normal move that I might play myself as a King's Indian player. But these are not, this type of knight f4 thing, it's not that effective, like, again, in the King's Indian. Because just for kicks, let's say white plays like d4, and we go in there, you know about this, right? This is the Rock of Gibraltar. In a classical King's Indian, black's rocking and rolling on this diagonal. But with the pawn on c3, white's center is very, very solid. So it's not clear that knight h5 does anything either. So the truth is, like, neither move is great. The best seems to be b5, but black still doesn't necessarily equalize. I kind of like Magnus's idea. I'm leaning toward that. I think that what black would like to do would be get in d5 somehow and equalize the center. Maybe we'll play b5 later. But let's see. Knight g3, b5. Bishop b3 has a bad score. Bishop c2. Here's a Kopian Ivanchuk. And black does play d5. By the way, if bishop b3, knight a5, and we get it in, Gajewski Gambit, Yabatis? Possible, but, safer to play this. So I think that the order of the day is playing in the center. Your teammate went for a closed advance, angling for f5, and there's some risk involved. Okay, here. Now there's that square. So if you play f5, chunk, knight h5. I don't love it. It sort of prevents f5. So he goes here. And now h3, sort of normal move. And then, so you might want to think about queen e8. There's tricks based on this, and it would also protect the h5 square. I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, he might play knight h2 and you know, get back in contact with h5. So there's one game here, white played d4, which is sort of surprising. Actually, Yabakadze did play queen e8, interestingly. But I think white is still slightly better. h3, f5, and now e takes f5, g takes f5, and h5. And this is a problem. But it's not like game over kind of problem. It's like white has a material advantage problem. The material advantage is knight capturing bishop. You know, but maybe it's not that bad for black. White had to surrender some center to get this. You know, so that's really the thing. We're giving up a bishop for the knight in order to get white to surrender that center, which he did. And now hopefully that this pawn chain, because we're going to lose our dark square bishop, which isn't a prize, by the way. Hopefully this pawn chain can hold the line for black against any kind of attacks on us on the dark squares. So now black played bishop e8, which was in the move I did not see this idea of bishop e8. Bishop e8 is a little awkward, I would have to say. How would you feel having that bishop traded off? It's not a great piece, but does defend dark square. Yeah, I mean, no, in the vacuum, I don't want to give up my dark square bishop for a knight in most positions. But white made a concession, giving up his strong point on e4. We have a central pawn majority of 4-3. And, yeah, we can build a Trumpian, border wall with these pawns here. Now, I'm wondering if white can hit us with d4. So what the secret is that white needs to somehow detonate open the dark squares to make his dark square bishop great again. So this bishop on c1, if that becomes somehow blasted open, white can play d4 and blast open the center open files. Maybe the dark square will just collapse. I had to go there. I can't resist. Look, I'm not talking about the trial. Okay, g takes f5. Since I couldn't be there in person. Alright, knight h5, and then bishop e8. But this seems suboptimal to me. What's up, someone on sound? Because bishop e8 congests us on the back row. You know, it seems like that's... It feels like a suboptimal way to play. I wanted to play queen e8. But I think your teammate probably saw some issue with this. You know, you're obviously facing off with the rook, and stuff like knight h4. I'm not certain about this. Where is the queen gonna go? So he plays a move that looks forcing. Bishop e8. It's okay. Check. Not sure that move does much, but it's okay. He has control of d5. So you go king h8, takes, and now. Interesting position, where I agree that long term the dark square bishop should be better than a knight, but the question is, can white open up the dark squares? And the d4 is one of the only ways to do it. So that's what I'm hoping. You know, queen d2 with white, d4. He has to try to open the dark squares. We can always play f4 in your face. You know, throw sand in his face or whatever. Asterbate likes to play in the sand, and then he gets suffocated. If Asterbate was a toddler, he would be one of those toddlers who gets suffocated by his beach sand hole getting caved in or something. King g7, g3. You know, it's hard to believe that actually happens. Now this is a very double-edged move. Wow. Okay, that's kind of random, but it's not. It's not random because we've had this discussion with with Asterbate before. It's a kind of inside joke between me and him. Alright, G3. Wow. I think I'd like to have my white square bishop on G2. We should have some kind of chess where you can teleport one of the pieces across the board. You get like one free teleportation move every game. If I could teleport my bishop to G2, I'd be okay with G3. But like, the fact is that he can't, you know, and so is the price worth... He's totally weakening his white squares around the king side in order to better control the dark squares. Is it worth it, though? You've got a bishop coming to freaking H5, man. That's freaking me out. Okay, maybe bishop D5? I'm very freaked out by bishop H5. This is not a good situation. So G3 looks bad. You know, I'm going to get a drink. But, you know, tell me. Can we afford to allow G3, bishop H5 for white? Really? And the answer is king G2? Because I'm going to pass on that. Alright. Does he have queen D2? I'm not playing G3 if bishop H5 is available. Anyway, this is only our second game of the night, guys, so we're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit here. I know that you're all VIPs, like someone on sound. But I would say stay away from G3, unless your bishop is like on freaking F1 or something. So, there takes, queen takes H6 check. But this isn't saving any days, right? Black is just like up a piece. It looks really bad. So what about D4? I mean, this is the move that I think looks like it could be something, but I mean, now you can start. What do? You have to go here, no? I mean, the dark squares look weak. F4 looks a little bit weak. So let's say E4, knight H2. Now, does black have anything? Because we're trying to play maybe bishop F4. I don't know, what's the evaluation? Plus 0.4. It's really close. Very close. The computer thinks that white is slightly better. Interesting. But anything's better than this. You know, G3 may be like losing. It's practically like losing. I mean, how do you break this pin now? I'm surprised the game lasted 50 moves. So, oh, he has queen D2 coming up. But not necessarily, right? Black played queen F6. Wow. How the heck does that work, bro? Oh my god. You're serious? This is the game queen F6, queen D2? And you're not pinning anything anymore. Okay. Very interesting. Queen F6. You know, by the way, this can be met by knight takes G5. It's very unfortunate. So, queen F6 looks logical, and now queen D2. And now my first question is, what the heck is going on E4? The second question is, does this do anything? There's a problem with white's position. E4 blunders a pawn. I don't know. I can't calculate more than 2 moves deep, but I just see dead people. Blunders a pawn? No. That, it doesn't. Not immediately, anyway. I mean, our pieces are fully mobilized, and we're getting into e5, and this is coming across. So white's going to have to show me something here. Like, takes, you open the F file. This isn't a little bit problematic. I've got F3 triple attack, quadruple attack, sorry. Mr. Coffee, how many times can I take on F4 here? I think he has to move his knight. Maybe knight d4, threatening e6. Right. But I'm still rolling. Even if you have that knight e6 stuff, I might even be able to just play like rook e8 or something. I feel like black is just better. However, if he did engineer an exchange of queens somehow, maybe white wouldn't be worse. But even here, yeah, it looks like he can engineer an exchange of queens, like bishop f4. But we're still not in danger of losing. You know, check, king h2, and black's center is really strong. Look at these central pawns. I mean, we obviously have compensation for the bishop here. There are some threats at the rook h5. I don't know. But I mean, I'm okay with this position for black. I think our knight is going to get back in the game. But anyway, it's interesting. So here, it feels like white, you know, we also can take on f3. You know, I'm not real happy about white's king position. But obviously your teammate here was unconvinced. There's e4 check again. Two knights versus two bishops is often good. e4 check. I guess takes. I don't know. Maybe not. Let's not. I'd say we did. King g2, and then I don't know. Wow, knight g5 maybe. But a fantastic position. I mean, look at these pieces. You're threatening knight f3 now. What is this guy going to do? You got one knight coming in there, and the other one coming through e5. And these bishops are sitting like, duh. Wait, I thought we were good, you know? But it's about the center. Takes, king takes e4 check. This looks really strong. And the main problem is that now his bishop is blocked. He can't even like take the knight on g5. No, this legit looks really strong, man. I don't know what he's going to do. If bishop d1, then you have knight e5. Now that's some knights, man. Those are some serious knights. I don't think this is good for white. So, anyway, he plays bishop d1. That's a miracle. But, I mean, further problems for these pieces on the queen side. Defending against the immediate threat. Now he goes e4. And it's funny, like in a general sense, like this exchange of bishops should be favorable for the side that's fighting against the bishop pair. You know? But this bishop carved out some control here. White also has... So this seems like a better version of what we were looking at this point. White has chances. Better chances than in other variations we saw a minute ago. Feels like white has some legitimate chances. Though this is pretty radical. We can't lose f2. So he plays bishop e3. And now there's bishop d4. Really unpleasant. So black plays c5. Logical. there may be some problems. The first problem is the knight on h4 is really strong. Second problem is that bishop starts to look pretty good. The third problem is after this move, the d5 square is a massive hole. So it feels like black kind of like screwed this up, you know, in around here. This exchange of stuff was unfortunate. Now after bishop d1, it seems like white somehow got the better of it. Could we take? Bishop takes, e4. No, that actually falls. It looks like. Queen defends f2. It's too late. It's too late to take. So I think that black should either A, play e4 right away, or B, you know, take, suck the king out, and then go with e4, and then start storming in with the knights. Okay, move 11 has a suggestion. Bishop d1. Yeah, knight g5 was strong. We already said that. Yeah, that's a very strong line. That was one of the best lines. Takes and knight g5 and e4. Now it's a little dodgy. I'm wondering about this position. This is a nice move for this guy. So if we lose e4, we may be lost. We can't afford to lose that pawn. Knight d3. You know, his queen can also get trapped. b7's hanging with check, by the way. He can't afford to lose an exchange, so he plays rook f1. That's a horrible square for the rook, by the way. I kind of prefer f2. Or e2. Your other f2. After bishop d1, right? I got you, move 11. And now queen f7. But at this point, the queen on d5 is very strong. Black's position smells. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, it's just not optimal, but he still has something here, you know? When we have two strong knights in a closed position, I'm not sure trading queens is the right idea. Yeah. You know, there's even rook g5, it just occurred to me. Yeah, I'm hallucinating. Knight g5. Rook g5. How would you play rook g5? Rook h7 to g5? Alright, rook g5. f7's hanging with check. So, I don't think we can just lose this. So it looks like rook f7. I mean, I really don't have a clue. I have no clue what's going on. No, it's possible white has f3. Like, even this insane move. What I do like, though, and I have to stress this, is black's control of the center. If you think about it, the right mouse button is very iffy. But when we compare both sides, feels like black has superiority in the center, despite screwing up the position slightly. So we secure that shit on b7, and I don't think queen trade is good. It may not be terrible, but I think white wants an endgame with the bishop. I think this is the wrong idea. Now, I don't know about queen takes d6. It may just be a blunder by black. I think that black is not better, not clearly better after queen takes, rook takes. That's still an interesting position, and black still has good control of the center, threatening d5. I feel like white should be okay here. What's the evaluation? 0. But I totally missed queen takes d6. Oh. Okay, that's important. That's another reason not to play queen f7. I don't see how we can give up this pawn. Why are we giving up this pawn? This is an important player in the center. He did it to perhaps triple up. Very radical. But I mean, now we definitely can't afford to trade queens. The queen is almost trapped. Driven back away from the center. But still black has massive control of the center. f5 is hanging. It's not a pawn, it's a square. But it's still important. Now he's self-corrected. Arsenal fans' idea with knight h5. And rook a d1. And then b5. And then c4. So I thought the idea was to pile up on the f file. But it's too va-banque what black did here. I mean, I don't know if he dropped the d6 pawn on purpose. But there's just no reason to lose this pawn on d6. You know? I don't see any reason that has to go. Well, queen f7 is just... it's madness. Oh, no, he must have decided to sacrifice it. But I don't see any reason to do that, you know. I imagine he's envisioning tripling up on the f-file with tempo or something, but it seems very unnecessary. So he's mobilized here. But I'm not sure he has enough for a clean attack, and then suddenly we're seeing play on the queen side. You know, it looked like he's like preparing to attack on the king side, but first he has to like avoid that queen exchange. You know, something I would expect more like from a blitz game. Now rook f6 looks like it's setting up some sort of capture on f2. You gotta watch this. I think the king belongs on h7 now, or g8. Yeah, but the game got kind of out of control here. And black takes on c4, but why take on c4? To fork? But the structure is sold down the river. After pawn takes c4, you're selling out your structure. You have 5 isolated pawns. I don't like it. I'd rather play b4 than do that, but I think that black should be focusing on attack. Maybe rook f6 is the moment now. Don't we have this somewhere? No, he wanted knight b2, but nobody's going to just drop the exchange for no reason. The guy did. That's really weird. He sacks it or gives up the exchange, but why? Like, can you just play queen c3? Those pawns aren't going anywhere. Cue up the shining. I mean, you're not going anywhere, Wendy. Check out the snowcat. Check it out. Where are those pawns going? I mean, there's no reason to give this up. Oh, I see. He could just take it though. There's the check. But now it's what, a queen trade? Yeah, it's messy. Too many weaknesses. So in a difficult position now, it looks like black has lost control of the situation completely. He's hemorrhaging pawns, his king is open, he's under attack, he has the shot. Undermining the knight on h4 and attacking f1 at the same time. Hard to believe it's like the sort of move that just like wins. Because all the black pieces are hanging. Queen takes b2. Knight f1. King takes f1. Queen takes h4. And then the rook's hanging, but Do we understand this position? You're winning a rook of your own after queen h3 check. So when all the smoke cleared, you got up the exchange, and you're saved by queen h3, queen takes d7. Nice. There is a check, however. Queen b3 and the diagonal. So now this. Problem is queen takes check, so bishop d4 is made in no. Wait, that's bishop d4. That should be pretty good, no? Winning. Maybe the text move is okay too, but I don't feel safe. Queen takes, check. Check. No check. Bishop d4. Ends in a draw. Yeah, so white really missed a chance here. Bishop d4 both skewers the rook to the king and protects h3 simultaneously. f2 is protected and there's no mate. So it's winning. But I guess they were in time pressure. But now clearly black is okay. Now he finds bishop d4. Wow. He could have taken here on c7, e5 and tried to win. Plays queen c7 instead. And that ends in perpetual check. But what about bishop to c5? Now there's this terrible check here. So this is a curious position. Yeah, I mean, white might not be winning. Except he has queen c4 check. So queen c4 check is pretty nasty, actually. That would force you to play king h8. Now you're in the diagonal. There might be some sort of perpetual check threat with queen g1. And white's not winning if he just takes the rook. He needs something more. So he is winning. He is winning here still. Didn't find queen c4. So after queen takes c5, it's a draw. Yeah, very back and forth game, Arsenal. Alright, learn from your mistakes, chapter 1. This is from Sack Draw. Am I right? We said this already. This is Sack Draw. Guys, I gotta go a lot a bit faster because I spent too much time on the first two games, as I always do. Okay, yeah, from the black side, Sicilian. So d4, cd4. You're welcome, Arsenal. We're expecting a Mora or knight f3. I just want to mention that, like, if people play knight f3, a6 is a good variation. You can't avoid the Mora gambit, and you should accept it. So queen takes d4. This is very rare. Now, interestingly, in this position, like, I have experimented with, like, knight f6. Counterintuitive. You hate this line. You hate this line. It's a line. Calling this a line is going a little too far. But there have been 46 games played. Well, I mean, I think it's interesting to consider knight f6. Everybody's like automatically always putting the knight on c6, and first of all, the opponents are prepared for that. Secondly, I'm not sure that knight f6 is worse than knight c6. You can bait them into like overextending with e5. But that's like hope chess. But the real question would be, can white take advantage of knight f6? You know, can he play like c4 or something to turn it into some weird Marazzi? But I think it's important to try to think outside the box. But knight c6 is probably the best move. Okay, now you can see here queen e3. There's this Robert Harderson guy who played here in Budapest years ago from Iceland. I don't see his name anymore. And then there's this move. Shimanov, some, I guess, Russian grandmaster. So this is less common. I mean, the problem with this opening, I guess, is that this game is for entertainment purposes. Okay. White is not playing the Scandinavian, you know. It's not like he traded off a central pawn for his D pawn. He traded off a C pawn. So he's playing like some dubious Marshall Gambit reverse color crap kind of thing. Okay, knight f6, knight c3. So what else can you do? I mean, d6, e6, or g6. Possibly e5. Although I don't think too many people are going to be comfortable playing e5. I would do, yeah, I would have played like you. Probably d6. And now, there is a definite possibility of like sacrificing a pawn here for black. But it doesn't seem necessary. The one thing that strikes me as white's queen and a4 is a little boxed out. You know, like in the Scandinavian where it can't retreat back. So after knight f3, I mean, we have to seriously consider, first of all, a6. If a6 takes, where is he going? But again, this game is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not going to analyze it that in depth. But I wanted to say, you know, you played g6, and obviously e6 is okay too. Obviously a6 is okay. You played g6, bishop g5, and then a6, and now back. But I mean, the problem in the dragon is the d5 square. That's Ulf Anderson, right? He said the dragon's bad because the d5 square is weak. So we always have issues with the g6 setups with this d5 square. Not sure if their attack is on b7. Yeah, I mean, that queen is going to end up on a place like b3 where it's kind of liable to get trapped or be exploited in some way. But I mean, I don't know what I would do with white here. It's tempting to take and save time. Like take queen somewhere sensible. Play it like a checkover variation. But this is not real logical. Now white plays queen b3 again. The queen has limited mobility there, so he's asking for knight a5. Doesn't do anything right away. So you just ignored him, let his queen take on b7. White is materialistic, takes the pawn. Now you can't control b4. If you could, you know, you'd have his queen trapped. But what about rook b8? Well, I don't know. He has one move. This is good. I mean, you can simply just take and be fine. But I want to trap the queen. I was hoping we had something even better. I mean, dude, look at his queen. Like, for example, okay, maybe a c4, but the queen is awfully close to getting trapped. Apparently it's not enough. I would have to waste some time there to make sure I'm not trapping that queen. Okay, so in the game it was queen takes b7, queen a5. So that's a cool idea. Yeah, I would have probably played rook b8 like was suggested. So this appears to sacrifice piece. Bishop takes f6. And then we're expecting bishop takes f6, queen d7, bishop takes c3 check, takes, queen takes check, and then king e2 when the rook is protected and black is down a piece. But there's a cute idea with the in-between move rook a7. For every cute idea, just assure me there's no b4 here. b4, rook b7. No, it's good for black. So he has to retreat, only move. And now black is threatening rook b8. So I think the white has to be pretty freaking careful. a3 is starting to come in consideration. This is really nasty lines. Like, this would be funny. a3, rook b8, queen a2, rook takes, and then bishop takes c3 check. So this is nice. The queen is, yeah, literally getting trapped. Queen takes a7. Well, Mr. Slow is sacrificing queens in every game. Then what? Good dry. Bishop takes g7. Because this is kind of dangerous. I would assume this. Mr. Slow enjoys himself a good queen for rook and knight and pawn position. I still prefer black. Like my friend in high school, he said he always preferred to move the queen all of his points at once. They asked him if he wanted 2 rooks or a queen. Hikaru, will agree, right? Yeah, too late, Mule Skinner. They got 11 games already. No. Mr. Slow is absolutely right. He's absolutely correct. This is a totally viable and might even be white's, well, it very likely is white's best option. What's the evaluation? Yeah, slightly better for black. I think the bishop on d3 is a big suspect. That thing is really bad. It's a nice pawn you've got there. Plus the fact is that the white rooks can't enter the game very easily. Because we're down a pawn. You know the irony of this position? Because we're down a pawn, our rook has kind of like more useful open files. This is white's half open file. We've got this Benko like play on the B file. So whose rooks is better? You got 2 rooks that are blocked in. We have one that has better scope than your 2 rooks. It's hard to tell when UberDriver's being serious and when he's joking. It just doesn't come off well online. UberDriver's sense of humor. I'm almost banning him all the time. No, Mr. Slow, thanks for the suggestion. No, it's a great suggestion, and it might be the best line. Queen b3, black recaptures, white castles, and now is that queen trapped? But is it trapped? Because it looks like it has c4. Oh, he doesn't go to there? What? I don't understand. So black plays rook b8, then he plays queen a3. I mean, this is the only move. Sorry, your only other move. Your other only move. Queen d5. I mean, queen c4 is possible, but it doesn't do anything. Is there some way we can trap the queen here? It is sort of notoriously short of squares. Evaluation? Similar to the queen sack line. Queen c7 is best. It is a fascinating position. It doesn't appear we can trap the queen by force. But this is just like losing a piece, so that's it. Game over. Yeah, he just wanted it. He just wanted the pain to end, basically. He, she, it, they. Alright. Yeah. Not good. Anyway, this is over. We won't discuss the time control. Alright, we've got a submission, a very rare submission from UberDriver, who narrowly evaded getting banned there. Okay, UberDriver, you're playing black from the tournament 2 weeks ago, last week. UberDriver, you intended to submit this game, right? This isn't just like something for me. It was just something we were talking about. Okay. Well, mainline semi-Tarash. I had talked about Rubinstein. We had a game the other week where someone had a similar line. The issue is oftentimes there's some question about the positioning of the knight on c3. In a strict sense, the knight on c3 will get in the way of the bishop at b2. Right, the Rubinstein-Royd-Levy game. Thanks, Spectacular Camel. That's why we brought it up. What was I thinking? Yeah, well, no, I mean, knight a4 is an idea. And I remember years ago playing this Paco Vallejo guy in Blitz, and he was using the knight a5 idea all the time in IQP positions too. And so even in these types of positions, this is going to be an important resource oftentimes, the knight in a4, with or without your d4. See, UberDriver, I like to take digs at UberDriver, but most people are not like trying to liquidate all the pieces with d4 in general. But UberDriver is pointing out like not to rush with d4. He's basically saying don't try to force a draw yet. Because white has like knight a4 if we try to play d4 too early. So the goal of the game is to like draw by force. Alright, but anyway, I was not aware too much of this position theoretically. I mean, a6, a3 are in. I'll have to get out my Rubinstein book. I mean, I would imagine, look at the statistics here. 666 games. Oh my god, where's Nedog? Did he really leave? Because I, timed him out. Danny Edelman. Do you think it's a coincidence? There's 666 games here where white played b4? Or is Satan at work? Those statistics, it's unbelievable. It's impossible. Right? There have to be 3 people who played queen c2. But, bishop e2, queen c2, b3, bishop d3, maybe even rook b1. I mean, you'd be surprised if there wasn't one guy who played g3 or something. Dormatron. But the statistics here are unbelievable. 666 games where white played b4. As if other moves are illegal or something. This is illegal. You cannot play pawn takes pawn. I mean, you don't want to play pawn takes pawn necessarily because the bishop at c8 will be opened up. But still, I'm shocked by the number. B4, bishop a7. Now the point is, Uber Driver's trying to draw with d4, so look out. Bishop b2. And now you see there's even a couple people who went for it with d4. One is Ukrainian Hungarian Oleg Borichev. He's an IM from the Hungarian part of Ukraine. Plays a lot in the Hungarian team championship, so that's a decent player with black. He ended up losing to a 2200. So castles, cd5, and this is probably not a great move for white. Releasing the tension. I've occasionally experimented with moves like queen b1. This is more normal. Rubinstein inspired. C takes d5, and now e takes d5, and then bishop e2. And now Uber clinches the draw with d4. Wow, congratulations. Good job, man. You sucked the life out of the game with d4. Yeah. Notice black has 0 wins in this position. 11 games in database, 0 wins. Nice job clinching the draw there. Very admirable. No need to try to win whatsoever. I guess white doesn't really want to give up the bishop. So take. Now black actually lost one game in 1992. Rook d1 was played. Wow, Uber Driver played a novelty now. All 3 other players played bishop e5. This was awfully aggressive, Uber. Bishop a7. Allowing the knight to move. TN. Just an awfully big risk you're taking there. Yeah, I mean, bishop e5, it's a little bit weird because, you're in the way of possible controlling e5. It looks like it's going to get hit by f4 later. But 2 of the opponents here just simply played knight a4. It was a day off for Ivkov and Parma. Bishop a7 is reasonable. No, there's a problem with b7. I'm not real excited to see bf3 hitting my b7 pawn, but the position is just too boring to lose. Thanks, SuperDriver. That was really instructive. I think the question is when you offer the draw here. Very, very interesting game. Alright, next up, Morales against aggressive Reina. This was painful time loss. Stream watcher, Chess Zebra has arrived. Yeah, you remind me of the guy from Harvard Square who used to just go there and watch. There was this one guy. I remember for like 10 years he would just like go and blend into the scenery. Just watching people play Blitz all day long. Must have been like a Harvard professor who was like really interested in chess but just preferred to watch. He preferred watching to playing himself or something. Alright, so this is Morales' pain game. He was playing Modnok the second. You finished second in your last Saji tournament. Uh-oh. No talking trash or anything. Steve-O Siggy has followed. Thunderbolt YY has followed. Alright guys, I'm trying to go to Krakow in the summer, July 1st, so please donate, support the stream. We need your support. Don't forget to donate and give some gift subs or just subscribe. Okay, so this is Morales playing white. He's playing a hybrid. He's moved from playing like straight up closed Sicilians to a kind of hybrid between chameleon Sicilian, closed Sicilian. So knight f3 against e6, knight f3. I also I had a game the other day with knight e2. I like knight e2. This is the so-called like chameleon. You can also play it against knight c6 as well. Knight e2. When it's not clear if white's going to go for a closed or an open Sicilian. Morales with knight f3. He never used to play the open Sicilian. God, Jesus, with the big Bobby and little Joe and all that stuff. I get so confused about who Uber driver's talking about. He's on a first name basis with every. What's your favorite cartoon, Uber driver? Did we talk about this already? What did they show at the Cuckoo's Nest? Road Runner. Alright, so yeah, I was surprised by aggressive Reina here, 23-20. He's mostly time oriented. But I mean, I don't know. I had a game where the guy did, not this guy, another guy. What happened there? No, that was with my knight on e2, right? d5. I must have played d4. My opponent took here. I took on d4, and then my opponent took here, and we had this position. I went on to like destroy this guy. I was like, thanks for centralizing my knights. I like this position. Had to try to remember what happened. It was devastating. My opponent played something weird. Bishop d7. Look at this game. I don't think my phone, like after the game, my phone wouldn't like function like with the analysis engine, so I wasn't sure. This is just some random guy. I went knight b5. He checked like he was winning a piece. I just played bishop d2. He went here. Then I played bishop e5. So that if bishop b5, queen b5, queen d8, And the guy played f6. So then I think I went knight d6 check. And he didn't capture, he went here. It was sick. I am not certain I can remember the rest of that game, but anyway, you don't want to see it. It's pretty ugly. All right, on to Morales' game. Is Morales here? There he is. I suspect he went on a bad opening on purpose. 2300 seldom plays the opening like that. Well, it's just this guy's style. He's not opening oriented, but playing for time. So he takes d5, he takes d5. I'm in the Marshall variation, essentially, after check. But black has to play knight c6. You have to play knight c6, right? This loses a pawn. It's very strange, though. I remember we looked at this long ago. It's strange that Kvinus would go into this with black. I mean, the guy is like literally an opening expert. He's got all these weird lines. He's got his own variation of the Sicilian and stuff. This older, like, Lithuanian GM. I was surprised when I saw this earlier. Against Kinderman, this is an old game from '94, but still. That's insane. But Queen e7. And now white didn't play knight takes d5 because of, you gotta take here first. Knight takes d7. So what's the deal with this? Knight takes d5, queen takes d2 check, king takes d2, castle queenside. And Kinderman couldn't beat Vinus in this position. All I know is that it's probably like a rapid or blitz game or something, but I can't explain it. Anyway, queen e2 check, queen e7, knight takes d5. Now, is this a blunder, or is this a good move? So Kinderman didn't play knight takes d5, Morales. So what's the deal after bishop takes b5? Maybe Kinderman they both missed knight c7 check. Right. Well, I would think that Kinderman would have played this if he had seen knight c7 check. Which further, increases my suspicion that was like a blitz or something game. Yeah, I saw this during the game that you had this, because I had stopped to look at the game momentarily while I was timed out or whatever. Yeah, so knight d5 was a good move, and then you could have played knight c7 check, but you did it this way. Even weirder that the Kinderman wouldn't do it. There are multiple ways that it works. So you're just up a clear pawn. This is a huge problem. It's a pawn, but maybe black could survive. King c6 is interesting. I would think king c6 is interesting. No, we'll have to play f6, but, well, I don't know. You probably have to play f6. I honestly thought this might be playable. Maybe it doesn't do anything. Maybe we're just going to go a4 or something. I wasn't sure about this type of thing where the knight could try to enter in from the other side. Clearly, knight g6 stops knight e5, but it doesn't stop knight g5. And from my perspective now, this is a radical sort of move. You know, you may not appreciate what I'm saying here. You've got a situation. I talked about this with Discombobulator, one of our newer viewers the other day. You've got a position where you're basically winning. You're like up a clear pawn with a concrete advantage. Exactly. And when you play, you've also got a guy whose bishop is blocked in by the pawn on c5. I would prefer to play d3. You know, and it's modest and all, but you don't need to do anything, you know. The king is bad. It's apples and oranges. You have a winning position, you know. Do you need to beat him twice or 3 times? I mean, how many times do you have to play for checkmate? What's the book? Psychology. Chess and Psychology book by the Soviet grandmaster. There's a chess and psychology book. One of the Soviet grandmasters who was a psychologist now, it slipped my mind. You know, he Krogius, thanks, Mr. Coffee. He classifies it as like obsession with direct attack. There's like, you know, you have kind of like a Trumpian personality, a Trumpian chess personality disorder. It's not enough to win, like you have to crush him real bad, you know. It doesn't matter, you can only win the game once, you only get 1 point. It's not like gymnastics where you get like more points the worse you crush him, you know. So I agree, like I think the d4, it lets his bishop out. Look at his bishop, it's like a giant pawn, you know. And also trading pawns is bad when you're up a pawn, you know. If you trade off all the pawns, it's a draw. So you probably shouldn't trade pawns in an endgame where you're up a pawn. You should avoid exchanging pawns. Clearly the right idea is c4. Well, c4 is not a bad idea if we have enough development and we're guaranteed to get in maybe d4. Yeah. Well, anyway, I think d4 is very debatable. There's also no queens on the board. You know, you're going to like brutally checkmate him with no queens on the board? Yeah, you got a big advantage, and it worked out in your favor. But you've got 6 pawns versus 5 instead of 7 pawns versus 6. I'd rather have 7 pawns versus 6. There's more pawns, you know, to queen when we get down to that pawn up finale or whatever. So knight takes d4, rook takes d4. It doesn't matter. I mean, Morales is totally winning. But I'm trying to make a point that he got in time pressure, you know, in a position that should have been easily winning. And here you had bishop a7 check. Not to point out the obvious, Forrest wins. This is therapy for Morales. Enter the technical stage. Hey, Uber driver, did Big Bobby like bishop versus knight in games when he was a pawn up? Pawn up, bishop versus knight, better king, but, you know, it's kind of technical. We don't want to be making any inaccuracies where we lose a pawn or something. Black has a hint of counterplay with knight f4. And I'll try to remember where I found it interesting. My instinct, you know, would normally be to go king d2, but I think you probably saw this. There's these annoying knight moves, like knight. So c4 is a pretty good move. I think it enables white to go up on the white square c2. It also gets his queenside majority moving. Looks good. And now, knight c7, like a kind of disgusting move by black, but then what would I do? I mean, I would probably play like rook e7. And maybe if I have to, I'll trade the rooks, but I know that I'm losing. But knight c7 is like, I don't know, is that hope chess? Is he trying to play knight a8 or maybe rook e6? And that's going to trade all the pieces. Well, I guess he's just coming down. Downtown Joe Brown. Now king d2. He was hoping for bishop takes c7 with good drawing chances. King d2. Oh my god. I can't believe the guy actually played that. I saw this game too. No, maybe I didn't. I didn't see this part. No, I did look at the game. I had to look at the game. Bishop a5 is fine. It might sort of be more simple to just go to e3, but how about a4? Did you know that Kraken only scores 6 points in Scrabble? I did not know that. But if you're on a triple letter square with the K, Morales is in a hurry to put all of his... He has like Stapfargen disease. You're in a hurry to put all of your pawns on the wrong color. Now you've got all your pawns. Congratulations! After a3, you've placed all of your pawns on the dark squares. Ah, what are you doing? Clearly you should play a3. Okay, now rook f6 looks like a good move. Forcing him back, probably with rook e7. I mean, I feel like Morales was a bit tilted. But I guess at this point he's starting to worry about the clock. And now the major cave in. Bishop takes c7. You gotta ask yourself, like, does that move qualify as a blunder? Or is our knight on c7 as good as that bishop on a5? I'm beginning to wonder, like, it's fine. Yeah, we have a winning position. We don't need to dial Akiba. This is a winning position. Now it's easy. And the way that Morales played in general was fine. He improved his king. He got a totally winning position. And now this might be inaccuracy. Black crossed over. It's like relieving the guard. I mean, one pass pawn is one thing, but like two connectors is walk in the park. So I'm thinking like maybe you should play rook b6. I mean, the point is like there's no way this guy can sort of try to activate. There's no way he can go down here and drop b7. So he just remains like completely handcuffed. Yeah, he's in Zugzwang. And he has to just move the king again. I don't think there's any other thing to do. You just sort of gain free time, like, you know what I mean? Then you could tease him and go back to the other side. But it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, the way you played it is winning too. This is obviously totally winning. It's not a question. And keeping the pawn further outside makes sense. But taking with the pawn also makes sense, doesn't it? If you take with the pawn, I had a very similar game the other day where I just like gave up the pawn to win the king and pawning game. It was something like this. And like here. But we have to be careful about this. Safer not to take with the pawn. There's the threat of counterplay here with rook e2. He needs that f pawn. I didn't understand king e7. I think he's just trying to flag you now. I don't think this is a good move. I was honestly confused by king e7 when I saw the game, because the move doesn't seem to make sense. Oh, it's like a cheapo to win a rook. But it's definitely like, it seems like his last chance is to take. This is a cheapo. I'd rather take on f2. So he just like kind of forced you to make a good move. Wow, this was a little awkward. You know, black gets in g5. Do we need to play rook d4? Yes, you're creating the you're building a bridge. So here, 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 I was like, what are you doing? So you should go to c6, right? Or is it? Is this the right move? Why not go to c6? I don't see why putting your king on the side would be better. You know? Your king is further out of play here. You're still attempting the same bridge. Yeah, but in principle, you know, it may not matter in this position, but in a slightly different one it might matter. Given a choice between a6 and c6, your instinct should be to go toward the center. You need Chris Christie's help. Traffic control. New Jersey Bridge. Shut down the bridge. So rook a2 check, king b5, and then the guy played that? Oh, that's a flagging move. Dluki style. No, we don't need Chris Christie. We need Max Dlugi. I mean, I plead guilty to doing this once, but only because my opponent was mindlessly pushing. He was just mindlessly pushing a passed pawn without even looking at the board. You know, I was like, if you're gonna do that, like you're basically pre-moving in an over-the-board blitz game. I'm gonna do the Dlugi trick and try to like leave my rook hanging. You know, if the guy had been playing normally, I wouldn't have done it, but he was like asking for it. Yeah, never seen this before. Alright, well, Morales, I don't think that you should give him shit. I think you should just, you know, block him and not comment on it, you know. It's your fault that you couldn't put him away. It's somebody else's fault. You know, I don't agree with people who play for time, but no sense blaming him, you know. You can only blame yourself. You've got to get better at. You've got to just get better at executing, you know, a winning position faster. All right, so Yabatis versus Eco Papa. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna take a momentary donation break. I'm expecting some big donations while I'm away. I'll be right back. Okay, everybody, we're back. Yeah, speaking of Scrabble, I never play Scrabble these days, but I used to enjoy the occasional Scrabble. And recently, the New York Times stopped working on my phone because they're so special. And so I started using the Washington Post instead. And they have a cool like Scrabble knockoff game on the Washington Post app. So I basically said screw the New York Times. I like reading the news on the Washington Post better anyway because they have this very cool Scrabble knockoff that I can play. Alright, but anyway. Kraken. They don't have Monopoly, sadly. And I have told many people at many poker games and parties that I am formerly a professional Monopoly player. Always one of my favorite party jokes. Okay, we talk like a Croatian arbiter. Okay. Darko Doric. A shout out to international arbiter Darko Doric, whose favorite word is okay. It's addictive, I have to say. It really is. One of Magnus Carlsen's favorite arbiters, and a nice guy. But he likes okay. Yabatis versus Eco Papa. Your FM level in Scrabble in Danish. So how is your level like in English compared to Danish? Like how much does the average like level drop if you play outside your normal, like I'm really close to someone who's really good at German, and she's nowhere close in English. Right now, there's someone in Hungary making fun of your Hungary. You think? Someone? Now they have ELO ratings for everything. There was an article in RIP New York Times about this. I think The Athletic, actually, they're like sports magazine for New York Times. But, interestingly, there was an article about ELO ratings taking over sports or whatever. So they're starting to use ELO ratings, apparently, in a lot of sports and stuff. And no one knew what it was, before chess. Okay, so anyway, Yabatis with white. It's knight f3, d5, e4. Oh my god, it's my teammate, my ex-team. I'm done with the Hungarian team. I'm done. I resign. I'm so done with them. Losers. I played for this team for like 15 years. These losers don't appreciate me. I'm done. Oh yeah, Risk. Yeah, Risk was big in my generation. Yeah, our generation. I should say Mule Skinner. D takes e4. Don't be specific, Chess Zebra. I will say though that the Washington Post like knockoff Scrabble game, it starts like accepting like it gives itself weird words. Ileana or something. I was like, what is that? It's like accepting names. Okay, so this is the so-called Tennyson Gambit. Now, the poet is named with a Y, right? How unsound is this line? I would say it's a step below the Black Mardemer, but how big a step are we talking? It's like it's slightly worse than the Black Mardemer. Because the problem is the knight on g5. What I was talking about this with Yabatis today. With the knight on g5, it seems like if you don't fall for some kind of trap, the knight's up and ends up like losing time. And so it would be better just to play the Black Mardemer. The Black Mardemer is not so bad, I feel like. I've been playing the Black Mardemer, honestly. It's funny that you ask how good this is, because I was showing Yabatis today, like, I play e4, people play the Scandinavian, and I'm like sick of playing the Scandinavian. So I started playing knight c3, and then even though like theoretically d4 is the best move, you know, who plays a Scandinavian that wants a closed position? They want an open game, so they always take. And then I started playing f3. I realized this is fun. I like this. You know, I'm just forcing either the Blackburn Deemer or something worse, which is like the Blackburn Deemer declined. Skinner from X-Files? Where is this going? Joel Skinner, the behavioralist. I studied psychology at Boston University. God, I fell asleep. The head of our department was teaching behavioral psychology, and he was the most boring professor I ever had. He was horrible. I didn't go to class. I couldn't take it. It was like a big lecture hall. It might have been the only psychology class that I had to drop. I know. I actually found it interesting, and I still couldn't deal with the guy. Anyway, all right. Knight f3, d5, e4, d takes e4, knight g5, knight f6, bishop c4. No bishop c4 for you. That's got to be some other possibility. Pesci, Joe Pesci. So you can play that too. I think, didn't you try this, Spectacular Camel? Skinner, also from The Simpsons. Skinner's everywhere. Yeah, everybody knows the X-Files. So, remind me, Spectacular Camel, bishop c4, there's never a trap there. This is not a trap. There is no trap here. There's no traps here but us. He might walk into the ultimate trap. I'm sorry, I thought you used to play this at one point. So anyway, d3, and the trap is, we're hoping for h6. That's really the ideal. Punishing our knight on g5, so that we can play knight takes f7, king takes f7, bishop g6 check, winning 2 pieces for a queen. But again, I still think I'd like... Yeah, g6 looks like a pretty constructive move, actually. But I mean, doesn't black have some counterplay there with like queen d5 or something? I guess not. Queen d5, knight h8, queen takes g2. Unfortunately, this rook is protected by the bishop on d3, so black isn't getting a lot of counterplay there. No, anyway, alright. All jokes aside, black played that. Like, who plays that? That's like asking for it, you know, by the way. But yeah, I don't agree with your decision to play knight c3. I don't know. You know, this bothers me and this bothers me. But we can't prevent both, can we? Attacking our bishop on d3. Did you suggest like bishop f4 or something, or is that my imagination? It looks like we can't prevent both. Queen g4. Now you can play bishop c4 at tempo down. I mean, it seems like most natural to castle queenside in such a setup. So I kind of wanted to castle queenside. If we play bishop e3, black has knight e5. And if we play bishop f4, black has knight c5. That may not be too good for black. I don't know. I feel like there should be something here. Now we have knight f7? No. Still no tactics. Well, you could play bishop e5 check. Anyway, okay. So anyway, not to go into much detail, he plays knight c3. Maybe the best is just a castle, but I wanted a castle queenside. So knight c3, c6. This is a Kraken. Knight bd7, bishop c4. Well, he's already moved the bishop once. He's already moved his knight twice, and now you're going to move the bishop twice? Arsenal fan. It's so subtle. So, what I found interesting, we got to this point, I thought queen e2. Yeah, it may be as good as anything. I agree, Arsenal. I thought you would play queen e2, and then on knight c5 we'll give up the bishop. And hope, you know, basically that we have enough compensation, but it's possible you have a trick with like rook d1. So maybe we can get Uber driver, please promise not continue the dumb suggestions. Listen, Uber driver, if you make a donation, if you make a large donation to the stream, I'll let you make stupid suggestions and without timing you out. But if you're going to continue to not donate to the stream and just be a mere subscriber, you're going to have to cut back. Discombobulator exists at $5. Move 11 gifted us a sub. Did I miss that? Move 11 and Antonio. Did you guys get those subs while I was away? And I said, I want to see a lot of donations when I get back, and then I missed it and I didn't give you credit. You could buy me some AMC stock. Do it, man. I'm down. American movie cinema. Alright. You can buy some Raiffeisen. They're doing really well in Russia right now. Hopefully the treasury is going to shut their ass down. They're one of the worst banks here in frickin' Budapest, man. You try to take money out of the bank machine, they'll charge you like 10% fee or something. It's criminal. Never open a Raiffeisen account. Okay. Rook e1 was played. Bishop e7. So the guy's like maximum passive. And then you played the crushing bishop d2. Like, we saw some games on lichess Opening Explorer where white started playing for queen f3. This is a great idea. And I think on the next move, like, this is what I would play. Definitely. Black setup is totally passive, and you have compensation now. It's not bad. But this is a cool move. This is like I told you about us, like this is the kind of move that gets you banned, you know, from lichess. Because rook e3 is a really favorite computer move. Mule Skinner, why do you think knight takes e6 has to be calculated? Are you serious? We're already down a pawn, don't forget. No, he meant rook takes e6. We're already down a pawn. This is not the knight d7 Kraken or whatever. Black is castled. No, rook e3 is a cool idea. Cool. Discombobulator, cool. But queen f3 I mean, that's the piece that needs to get out, and we need to get our rook to the center. So this is the only way to mobilize. I mean, now queen e2. I'm still concerned about that. I mean, queen f3 is simply more active than queen e2. Why not? But rook e3 runs into h6, and now it looks like white should have something, some kind of sacrifice. But I was joking with Yabatis that it seems ridiculous to play like h4 is probably like sound, but it's ridiculous. It feels a little ridiculous to play with the rook here, but maybe it's not so stupid. You know, maybe this is really like white's best move. The fishing pole attack looks really strong. I mean, I don't think that black can survive that. You're not surviving that. I mean, you've got to get back the knight for starters. h4 is not so stupid. But his idea was to swing the rook over here. You can still swing it to g3. So I would still do h4. I also think it's in your benefit to not trade pieces. To your benefit to not trade pieces. He trades pieces with knight e4. Every piece you trade gets black a little closer to saving the game. But then black goes completely off the map now. He played passively but okay. h6 is clearly a mistake. h6 is a very bad move, but already he was quite passive, and then does this, which is, you know, on the queen side. The action is on the other side. I realized like he had no squares for his pieces, but why not knight c5, by the way? Like, if you have to put the knight somewhere, why wouldn't you go here? I mean, is there something with queen h5? Seriously, someone on sound? You came up with that on your own? Knight d5 idea. Maybe he was considering knight d5 next. This is a little more immediate, but I guess there could be some objections. That bishop could get hit by something. I don't know what, though. I really don't know what. You got to admit, knight c5 seems better. Here, okay, and then knight takes f6, bishop takes f6, and then rook g3, threatening the subtle bishop takes h6. And this is a funny position, right? Where, okay, white has like massive compensation. White is down a pawn, but I'd rather be white any day. But the irony of this position is that black loses on next move. Like, black's position, according to the computer, is okay here, if he plays perfectly. But the following move loses by force. King h8, which is, you know, pretty natural. I mean, white's threatening bishop takes h6. It reminds me of the time that back in like 1990, I had this game with my old friend Boris Basinski, and I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, where he was a Caro-Kann and he sacked his bishop on h6, and I was lucky and I won the game by like not recapturing the bishop. I was clearly worse, but I managed to hang on and win the game. And similar. Losing h6 is not such a tragedy, and so the irony is that black goes from the frying pan to the fire to avoid bishop takes h6, but actually bishop takes h6, it doesn't do that much. The main threat is like what? Queen h5. But I mean, I don't know really objectively what black can do here. Try to trade pieces, like someone on sound was talking about. What were we supposed to play? Well, yeah, bishop g5 deserves consideration. This, I think, trading pieces. g5 looks like Kasparov, game 17. Lyon, 1990. Well, I mean, it's true, like, your bishop can go back to g7. But trading pieces, I guess. So anyway, it's just it's really bad. After this, it's like +5, +6. Yeah, e5. Maybe e5 was the best move. Yeah, seriously. But I don't think that black is okay. No matter what. You know, it's like game over. And then a funny thing happened, bishop h4. You know, the guy's expecting bishop takes h6. But he runs into rook takes g7. And if you take it, obviously you get mated. So I suggested bishop takes f2 check. This loses in every variation. King h1, king f1, king f2 all win for white. So there's just no... There's really like no defense. I mean, this would be the funniest. Like take, check, bishop e3, queen takes g7, and like bishop takes h6, and if queen f6 check or somewhere, bishop f4, and you're still getting mated. So bishop f2 does nothing, and the guy's just lost. So he took here on g7, and that's me. All right, entertaining game. We've got Tezek. Tezek is not here. Am I right, or am I wrong? My assumption is Tezek is not here. Did he drop by? Nice to see so many of you out there. Bishop h4 a move earlier. Seriously, he went to the market? Anyway, the opening is dubious. That's all Morales cares about. If you play a dubious opening against him, he's going to be angry. He's got the Mediterranean temperament, you know. Morales seems to be more like Mr. Spock, you know. Just emotionless, you know. e5, e5. No Mediterranean emotion. Let's just e5, e5, space, attack, e5. Just keep chanting to yourself, Morales. Space, e5, attack. And don't try to have any kind of like, you know, emotional attachment to the struggle. You know, the truth is not so simple. When people are emotional, oftentimes it's often a strength and a weakness. The passion that makes Morales tilt is also a passion that makes him play great chess, or you know, me or whoever. You know, so it's not so simple. If we're not Mr. Spock, you know, if we were to become Mr. Spock, we may lose some of our inspiration as well. All right, anyway, we'll hold off on Tezek because he's not here. So this is somewhat unsound. Lasker said Tarash lacked the passion. But Lasker was Mr. Practical and Mr. Psychology. If you're calm and collected like me, you play consistently, right? Arsenal fan has never shown any signs of emotional imbalance that I've seen. Okay, I mean, I see it very distinctly with poker. People get very passionate because money is involved when you're playing poker. Chess, not as much. You're talking about rating points, maybe some money, but oftentimes not. So this is sus, otherwise known as somewhat unsound. I'm trying to understand what color you were here. Can you remind me? No, you had to be white in this game. Someone sounds changing his opening repertoire more than I change my underwear, which is like 3 times a week. I mean, I don't perspire that much, so it's really like Eastern Europe. I'm becoming more and more Eastern European all the time. I grew up in America where we changed our underwear every day, but I'm getting corrupted. Not changing your underwear is directly related to corruption. Okay. E4, C5, knight C3. I thought that was socks, Arsenal fan. Alright, E4, C5, knight C3, D6. So, what happened, someone on sound? You got like a free gift sub to... You got a free gift sub to Chessable or something? Yeah, what are socks? What am I talking about? What are socks? Okay. So, it looks like someone on sound got a free Chessable subscription by somebody. He's busting out the Magnus Carlsen. I was at the Budapest Spring Festival, which sadly, guys, I'm not going to play. I'm passing up a great tournament because I'm broke. I don't want to jinx myself, but there's a very good lead on selling my apartment. I just want everybody to give me like positive vibes. We got a real offer, and it's a matter of negotiation now. So if I could sell my apartment, I can erase my last financial mistake and move back to my last apartment. You know, so that's really good. But anyway, I don't like jinxing stuff. Deal possible. So D4. This is Magnus Carlsen, and I wanted to say, when my story began with the Budapest Spring Festival, Katronius was here like 5 years ago, right before COVID, and you know, when you see like Katronius playing it, he's like Mr. Theory. He's like jumping on every good bandwagon there is, and also a hardcore Sicilian player. You see Katronius playing it with white, it must be good. So Katronius was like the first person on the Magnus bandwagon. I was like, oh my god, Katronius is playing this with white. So D4, C takes D4, Queen takes D4. You know, and now of course Black should be thinking about this position, not automatically making moves. It's similar to the checkover. I guess you can transpose. He was big back in ICC days. Well, I mean, he's always been a good player and a massive theoretician. He's written a lot. Written a lot of good books. Petronius has good taste in openings. He's a I don't know how much he played like Blitz, you know. He probably had an account on the Internet Chess Club, but I never thought of him as a Blitz player necessarily. I'm sure he does, you know, but not a specialist or something. So he was never like a super strong grandmaster. He you know, touched the 2600s. Yeah, maybe you're thinking of someone else. Good player, you know, 2600, but really an opening specialist and a Sicilian specialist. I can't say, Arsenal fan. Got a dirty mind. You've been watching the Trump trial too much, probably, or Kevin Spacey. Been hanging out with Kevin Spacey too much. All right. Queen takes c4, knight f6. We're getting off. This is the point. We're getting off the subject. b3. Yeah, maybe he's connected to Kevin Spacey. I don't know. That's how he got the publisher's deal. The Actors Guild wants Kevin Spacey to come back. Alright. b3, knight c6. I just want to say one thing in general. Like, these type of moves where you auto-attack the queen are kind of overrated. I think my favorite example is this. Like, if we play e4, we play e5, white plays d4, takes, queen takes d4. Look at the statistics here. Can anybody tell me why there's not 666 games there? Because there should be. It's a satanic opening. We had this earlier. I just want to illustrate a point, right? Not that many people play the center attack, all right? So explain to me why, and this is psychology, and this is human nature. Why is it that 674, how many is that? 874, sorry, 874. There are 874 games. Check this out. This is mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. 874 games with knight to c6. Queen f6 is the second most common move. The Weedmaster played that once. There's the game. There's the game. We've never seen a Weedmaster game in the database before. Shabalov versus Weedmaster, 1995, and I was there for that game, and it wasn't pretty. No, Queen f6 is not a good move. But you know, the funny thing is, Knight f6 is only been played in 8 games, and I don't understand why. You know, because white can't exploit this move in any way. We're just delay. It's like people can't delay the gratification of playing knight c6. They can't think outside the box. You know, wow, give white something to think about. Let's play knight f6. There's no way to exploit knight f6. e5 doesn't work. And ironically, like, black lost the one game where this happened, but not because of the opening. Look at the analysis engine. It's crazy. It's analyzing knight f6 twice. What's that about? Well, knight f6 is both the second and third best line. Is my browser okay? Are you guys serious? Why is knight f6 the second and third best line? But I mean, you get the point, right? Yeah, it's some kind of bug. But you get the point. The fact that there's 2 knight f6 lines is not the point. The point is that knight c6 and knight f6 are like equally good. And then, so my point is, so if knight c6 and knight f6 are equally good, then why the fuck are there 874 games with one and 8 with the other? So what do we learn there about human nature? And right? It's just like robotic reaction. Everybody automatically plays knight c6. It's probably just a transposition. Well, not necessarily. Can be a transposition. But there's no drawback to knight f6. It makes white think, yeah, it will be a transposition. But there's only upside, I would say, you know, with knight f6. White can push e5, like Thorolson. This guy's a grandmaster. But the game was played in 97. He's a grandmaster. He played e5, dude. A grandmaster played it. Ask Thorolson about the time I was hanging out with him and Emery Tate at the New York Open. No, I'm just kidding. Don't ask him about that story. Just kidding. No. Knight c6. How does he win with white here? Queen e3. Knight g4. Queen e2. So how did Thorolson win? He played queen e4. No, that's not even the game. Oh my god, so what happened? Queen e3. What did black play? Where's the game? Knight g4? Where's the game? So Bragi played knight d5, which is a mistake, and white has a good position. You have to play knight g4, and after queen e2, you have d6. Even UberDriver would find this. It's a funky variation. He probably feared f3 and saw f3, knight takes c5, f4. This is a wild line. Look at this. Knight d4. No games. You saw this analyzed in a book in the 1990s. Dude, you're getting confused again. You know you didn't get out of the hospital till well into the 2000s. Alright, anyway, guys. I wanted to do Someone That Sounds game. I just wanted to prove a point. You know, like knight c6 is not automatic. a6 is also clearly an interesting move. Because white can't play c4. You look like Wile E. Coyote. Before or after I fall off a cliff? Alright. No, UberDriver's almost a boomer. Yeah, he's not quite. But I always thought he was older than he really was. I thought he was like a boomer. Apparently he's not that much older than me. Anyway, knight f6, b3. So it looks like bishop g5 is interesting. What are we? We're transposing to Solanci variation of the. My friend Emil had a game where he lost like a moron, but his opening was fine. It was knight c6, bishop b5. Is that right? Bishop d7. That's weird. No, I don't remember this. Weird, I don't remember this. Thinking of something else. Yeah, I'm thinking of knight on f3. It's a different line. Alright, it's a different line. Anyway, okay, b3 is the Carlsen setup, right? Wait, now plays queen d2, so we transpose back into theory. Now it's not clear if black should play for g6 or e6. There's this line where when the knight's on g8, wait, you know, Someone That Sound, you know that line where black plays like g6 and bishop h6? So that's not available here because the knight's on f6 early. I'm not sure how good that line is for black, but there's a funny line with the knight back on g8 where you go g6, bishop h6. Bishop h6, the Mariposa. Now g6 without bishop h6. So now castle's queenside, and we transposed. So the Nakamura-Vachier game, Brian Smith. Queen a5, no castles, very logical, and now knight e2. So Someone That Sound played a theoretical novelty here, knight on g to e2. No, but Someone That Sound, there's something about this Hikaru move, king b1, that's important. You have to know. There's a very important reason why this king has to go to b1 right away. You should definitely play this. I mean, the engine is all over it. Really, UberDriver? No, it prepares queen e1. Obviously, it defends a2. So it's a means of preempting queen a5. It also gets off the hot diagonal. The hot dog diagonal. Knight g4, bishop h6, etc. So there's a couple things here. the f2 and the possibility of bishop h6. But someone's opponent, literally someone's opponent, he doesn't seem real attuned to thinking about the f2 square. One would assume queen b6 is also an interesting idea. He turns into acerbate. Acerbate. What do you do when you're playing the black side of the Sicilian and you don't feel like thinking or know what to do? You play a6, right? Robot move. It's an all, one size fits all. We just play a6. If you don't know what to do, play a6. How bad can it be? It's better than h6. It weakens the king side. So a6, threatening the devastating b5. So now the prophylactic king b1. So it's like you played king b1, he played a6, then you played knight e2. When are we going to roll with the king side? He plays b5, shocker. And I want to know the most efficient way for white to attack here. Is it f3? h4? We can't play h4. b4 is a threat. Don't tell me you're going to play knight g3. My favorite square. f3. And we transpose to a game. Artur Gabrielian versus Timofey Smirnov. Alright. What's your favorite vodka? I was in the supermarket today looking at the vodkas. Beluga, very expensive. Russian Standard. Anyway. Longingly looking at the vodkas. Raiffeisen vodka. I heard they're coming out with a new vodka. Alright, queen b6. Now, anybody for like knight e5, knight c4? Slowly you don't get here. No, slowly, yeah, you can find it. If you go to, it's not really, isn't it like not really Russian or something? Stolichnaya, you can get it. I'm just kidding. Stolichnaya is like produced by like some Dutch brewing company or something. It's like a Western marketed brand that's not really Russian, I think. Chess Riddle, subscribe to Tier 1. Alright. It's like, it looks like it's Russian, but it's actually owned by like some company outside of Russia. Stolichnaya. So queen b6, g4, looks good. And then a5. So the guy played a6, b5, and a5. Seriously? So you got to play knight e5, hit f3, with ideas of knight c4. My dream would be rook b8 with the idea of knight c4. He said it was summer of sex. What did I miss? I really missed something here. Uber driver, you have no idea what you're talking about. Literally. And I'm going to have to time you out if you don't make a sizable donation. Because Uber drivers, like, references just mislead people, you know? Solstice said h5. Yeah, dude, in the freaking dragon. It's a totally different position. This is Uber driver's problem. He just like associates similar looking positions as if they're the same. No. This is a Magnus Carlsen attack. This is not a dragon. It's a closed Sicilian with b3, with queen takes d4 and b3. That is not a dragon. White doesn't have the bishop on b2 in the dragon. Black has a dragon-like pawn structure, but it's not the dragon. Dragon is a specific variation. I'll give you credit for a dragon-like pawn structure. That's as far as I'll go. So g4. Well, there's always like you can rip the knight, takes g4. The a5 is slow, man. It's very slow. But then again, white is slow too. It's tempting to play knight f4 and try to go for knight d5. It also hits b5. Well, I mean, the honest truth is like both sides have played inaccurately, but some more than others. You got to admit that like it doesn't make a lot of sense to play a6, b5, a5, okay? If I was black here, Timofey Smirnov, who brought up the vodka discussion, played bishop b7. By the way, a kind of robotic move and not that valuable here against e4, but I like this here, here, here. Maybe bishop e6. But the traditional way of playing these lines has been to put the queen on a5 like Hikaru's opponent. But he's already messed it up. So f3, queen b6, novelty, g4. Okay, a5 here. I was surprised by g5, dude. I didn't think you would play g5, but maybe it's just good. You know, you've got a concrete idea now. I don't blame this dude for missing this. You know, he's expecting h4, h5. So when you played g5, black was like, oh, I didn't know. Like, I thought you were going to do h4, h5. And now you just get control of d5. So it's bad for black. I was anticipating you go in immediately. Is this an issue? This is a nice move, dude, and I think that it's not uncommon in dragon-type positions. And maybe black has to seriously consider letting you take on h5. Because taking on g3 is not good. So if I were black here, I would be trying to avoid any sort of knight takes g3 and control the d5 square. So something that controls the d5 square. e6, knight takes g6, h takes g6, sorry, g takes h6, queen takes c6. I mean, even this I'm not that sure about. Because black has tactics. Wouldn't it be sick if you lost? Like bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6, rook d8. You had to resign. Can you imagine? That would be an embarrassing way to lose. You have permission slip to take on c3. Now white has a good position here, but it's just funny how this pawn is poisoned. But I was going to suggest I would probably play this. This looks really ugly though. Oh, someone's suggesting queen d4. Wow. So I saw knight d4. I saw knight d4 being bandied about. Oh, that was the game. Okay. But I mean, I don't blame black for not capturing on g3. I mean, nobody wants to do this. This is really bad. It just looks bad. I mean, we don't have any sort of answer. You know, white's clearly better. I'm I'm just thinking, speaking of Norwegian rat, like, can you allow white to take on h5? Let's just say e6. I mean, how bad is it? Is it definitely, like, game over because your kingside is smashed with g takes h? What about Bobby Fischer, Uber driver? What about the Benoni? It takes white, it's not so easy to get in there and exploit it, right? How do you get that pawn? And what are you going to do? You could even throw in bishop takes b5 to completely shut down black's attack. Well, I mean, I don't think it's shutting down black. Black had an attack? Well, I don't know about... This is not good. No, bishop takes c3 not recommended. I was thinking it's a pawn sack. You have knight d4. You have pressure on f3. You're hitting the bishop. It's a Benko. We're sacking pawns. It's the dragon. Whatever. But let's see what happened. Anyway, so the dude goes knight d4. Seems like a reasonable idea to me. Takes, and then knight d5. That's the problem. That's the problem, man. We can't let that happen. So here, after this, d5 cannot be ignored. But actually, someone would sound... I mean, I want to ask you a question. Was this an option? And if knight d5, was queen f2 a problem? I was worried that that queen would just kind of embed itself in there and bother us. So obviously it seems better for black to not be allowed, to go in there. That's why knight g3 first, keeping control of this. Now knight d5. So I think this might be the best. Absolutely controlling d5. The other option, like I said, bishop e6. Probably, let's see, plus 1.4. Yeah, the sack draw variation, take and take on b5. But let's see e6. It doesn't like e6, it likes b4. So take, bishop takes b5, that's sack draw. Plus 2. The computer is like, yeah, it is good for white. Easy for a computer to say. So the engine wants to play this. I don't understand how this works. Why is this so good? Well, it's not. It's simply better for white, like a pawn better. So he can't really solve his problems. But ultimately, someone that sounds argument is the Ulf Anderson argument that the d5 square is weak in the dragon. And that's like the most important square in the Sicilian, and also e4, e5. So when you go back to this position, you've got to ask yourself, why does black have the best score with the move e6 in this position? Why do the majority of strong players play e6 here? Because it's good. And b3 honestly is nothing special in a Scheveningen. So it makes sense. Alright, anyway, interesting game. Let's see how this finishes up. So a5, g5, knight h5 here, knight d4, knight takes, knight d5, squash, winning a piece. And then we're winning material. So you could just take the queen. No mates, per se. Well, there will be. You read a book once. Was it about cryptocurrency or meme stocks? Meme stocks, right? You read a book once, The Stock Market for Dummies. Or you wrote it. Wait. King h8, Queen f6. Does that work? Black might have rook g8 here. Man, rook g8 would be annoying. That's an annoying move. But anyway. Queen f2, knight takes c7, and then chop, and it's force mate. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, always go with check. Queen f6, rook g8. Oh wow, he has knight d2 check as well. Okay. But I thought rook g8 was just kind of humorous. Knight takes g8, and it's a queen sack. Alright, summon and sound. Interesting game. So, well, at least I know what's coming in the simul. If I was to play into that variation. So I got games from Move 11. JJ, no, Asterbate. Oh, we got something. 100 bits. We got 100 bits for Summon on Sound. Cheers. I won't spend it all in one place. Thank you, Summon on Sound. I know things have not been going your way lately, but hopefully things will turn around for both of us. 100 bits. Alright, we got Move 11 against the Love of Frogs. Rana is frog in Spanish. Rana love is love of frogs. Or frog lover. d4, knight f6, c4, knight f3, and say what? Never seen Summon and Sound. Sorry, Move 11 playing Gil Skinner. Gil Skinner. Damn. His game was submitted too late. Knight f3, b6. I had a lot of early submissions today. I've never seen Move 11 play the Queen's Indian before. He plays e3. Bishop b7. And then a very unusual move. This is ridiculous. Like, bro, Rana, whoever. G3 is like the main line. Why would you play e3 and then play g3? Can you imagine someone plays g3 and then on bishop b7 plays e3? There's this poker player. Was it Ladva was the poker player? I'm thinking of a Polish guy. I think they're both poker players. Pakleza. I'm not sure. Alright. So Bishop b7, yeah. It's not that bad, but it's like, why? You know, why would you play e3 and g3? It's stupid. So Move 11 here played Turov's move. I've been talking to Asterbate about this type of stuff because he's playing b3 with white. You know, knight f3, b3 with white. I mean, if you have to find an active move, the active move, you know, unless you're like a Dorian and you lost your mind, it's like b5. Oh, I forgot to take my medication. No. I mean, c5 is the most active move we can play here. You know, g6, double fianchetto, it's fine. It doesn't put immediate pressure on the enemy position. This is the best way of putting immediate pressure on enemy position. But still, white's durable. I played with Turov. He's very tricky. Years ago, he's got these like weird lines. Always playing like offbeat stuff, very deeply analyzed. He beat me in this strange Rossalimo. It's impressive though that he can keep his rating up at like 2574. He's probably like close to my age. C5, bishop g2. White has not won a game here. Well, alright. So exchange on d4. I need a reason to play c takes d4. Acerbate, it's you. This is totally up your alley. Acerbate, why could or should black play c takes d4? I need you to answer the question. This is like an Acerbate homework assignment. Why is c takes d4 played in this position? Move 11 already like didn't ask you. Your spoilers. Your name is not Acerbate. Wait your turn. I called on Acerbate. Now go and write your name on the board 20 times. I was calling on Acerbate, and Move 11 like submitted his answer on behalf of his proxy Acerbate. No, I want Acerbate to tell me why c takes d4 may be a good move. What would be the idea with c takes d4? Like, I'll give you a hint. The idea is to improve white's bishop on c1 by giving it an open diagonal. Now, Acerbate, can you explain to me like why one might choose to play c takes d4? Because we talked about this today. Can you please answer the question? Or I'm gonna call Juvenile Hall and have you hauled away back to Acerbate, why? Why c takes d? Why c takes d? What could possibly go wrong for black? No avalanches. Ah, you don't get buried at the beach under a pile of sand. So, good. You remembered something. You know, the point is, like, there's a likelihood of this. And Acerbate likes to, you know, get buried under his sandcastle a lot of times with d5. So if you just make routine moves like a6, for example, which Acerbate loves, there's a strong chance of d5. And if pawn takes d5, you start to get these like themes. For example, 1, 2, 3. Uber driver, thanks for your input. You could just play d5 yourself. You know what, Uber driver? You could play d5 on move 1 too. And I know that you do in a lot of cases. But it's not necessarily black's most dynamic move. It's possible, it's legal to play it on move 1, you know, as well. I just love torturing Uber driver. So, I think in general you don't want to make this exchange. But the fact is, like, the d5 threat. So, if we do like bishop e7, d5, pawn takes pawn, let's just say knight h4. I don't know. I'm maybe we're okay, but I'm a little bit concerned, you know, about allowing that. No, bishop e4 check before c5 is no way to play for a win. I mean, look, I think bishop d2, and you know, if you exchange takes to the knight. No, I don't think like trading pieces is that great. You know, I think you should try to keep the pieces on the board. c5 is the best move. And after bishop g2, this move makes a lot of sense. E takes d4. You know, interestingly here, black played d5 in 2 games. But I mean, the question is, black's king okay to do d5? This happened in Lava Turov. Lava played knight e5. But I was wondering about queen a4 check. Black's probably fine. Maybe the safest is queen d7. You could experiment with other moves. So it's kind of like Uber driver-esque. So we're going back to 1974. Spanish Grandmaster Pomar Salamanca against Jenna Sasanko. I was like literally just over a year old. I was like less than a year and a half old when this game was played. Bishop e4 check. Alright, that's it. I'm timing out Uber Driver. Can I time him out till his next donation? This is his 3rd timeout. How many timeouts does he have now? No, I think that bishop d2 is the most natural move, but in all honesty, maybe knight d2 wouldn't be so bad. But black is definitely out of the woods. And the problem is g3, e3. But, you know, move 11 raised an interesting question. Should he be, like, playing more actively with bishop e4 check or be satisfied with, like, bishop e7? But there's also this. You guys remember that guy on my stream, Play Like Kasparov? Does anybody remember him? He was, like, 2100 in Blitz. And he would play d5 every fucking game. Like, every single game that I had with the guy, it was a Queen's Indian or Bogo where he was, like, sacking a pawn with d5. But I think this is a valid idea. You know, in almost any kind of position. So that's what those guys didn't want. They don't allow d5. You play d5 or bishop e4 check. This isn't great. Interesting, there's another Pomar game from before I was born. I mean, to be fair, knight c3 maybe not that bad. I think that Nimzovich would be a little interested in this pawn on c4. And I don't know who his opponent was. Lesser known Spanish master, Vicie Segovia Fernando. Once I went to the Canary Islands and I played a tournament in Las Palmas, and it was cool because there was like this old chess club in Las Palmas, and Larson was there, and there's all these like. It was cool. There was these old pictures on the wall of these like Spanish masters, like I never heard of, you know. And they had good wine. But I had a bad tournament. I was drinking too much. Anyway. So bishop d2, bishop takes d2, check, knight on b takes d2, d5. You know, at this point, like, I don't think you have to play d5. Probably you should just castle and White has to castle. There's none of this crap now. I mean, the open file here. He's going to castle. Then you decide what you want to do. There's a game here, Yu Xiaoteng. That's a well-known Chinese player. Play d5. To be fair, it's not forced. This is not forced. It is the most natural move. But I wouldn't be offended if you played like d6. Yeah, this is possible. But is it good? I mean, even like maybe we should study some Petrosian Queen's Indian games with 11. Maybe even e5 is interesting. There's b5. Speaking of a Dorian. No, I don't think the d5 is automatic. Let's see what the computer says. Yeah, knight c6 interesting. Threatening knight to c4. And then after castles, well, let's say castle. If we do castle, what's black's best move? Sun Prism, you're clearly trying for a timeout. How many timeouts have you had? Let's see, mod actions 2. Timeouts. Slagy timed out Sun Prism for 800 seconds. Slagy banned Sun Prism. That's when I accidentally banned you. Do you take a lot of drugs? Because, I mean, at your age, I really don't recommend it. Yeah, d6, all the moves are possible. d5, d6, knight c6. So move 11 played traditionally with d5. Now it's like a Catalan. Problem is he has knight e5. Rook e1, that's a relatively boring move. Okay. White is not a genius. Yeah, it's attacking good chess. Oh no, I banned Uber Driver. What do you mean he's banned? He was timed out. Stop this banning crap. Just a minor timeout. It's a slap on the wrist, Arsenal fan. In the old days, I would get banned both ways, uphill and downhill on the way to school. Everyone's a crybaby nowadays. One ban and they're like, one timeout and they're like, oh my god, it's cancel culture. So get on the bandwagon, nice. So I don't know which way you should recapture. I thought the move 11 would bore us with knight c5, borax, but I like queen takes. It's a nice move. It's a nice move except for the fact that it doesn't work. Are you walking into knight e5 here? The Uber driver would draw you to death in this position. Seriously. You draw a city, man. He's gonna draw you a gun. You gonna try a Larry Christensen-esque bullet queen sacrifice or something? That's not gonna fly. That's not enough. It's a nice idea, but it doesn't fly. After knight e5, you gotta suck it up and like just accept the fact that you might have you might even be in trouble. Dude, what are you gonna do? You're gonna get hit by knight c4. Wow, this is actually bad for black. You're lucky if you're equal here. So that was an optimistic optimistic recapture. What about taking on c4? How bad is this? These pieces are more active. But I mean, okay. And the engine does d64. This is a good example, you know. If there were all the pieces on the board, probably d64 would activate white too much. This is a funny position. This is actually the best move. You should play strictly for structure here. This is a mistake. And now you have a problem. If you take with the pawn, you're a tiny bit worse in a symmetrical structure. So I thought you would take with the knight. But now white has a spatial pull. And finally, queen takes doesn't solve your problems because of 95. But the guy plays that. It's like, this is the worst move ever. Hello? Now maybe move 11 had something in mind. I don't see it. You know, you have a fancy tactic. Queen d4 still doesn't even come close to working. So what's the evaluation? Yeah, you're in trouble, dude. Wow. So that was really okay. You're not experienced in the Queen's Indian. What do you think? This is a terrible move. This is not Petrosian playing white. Queen takes b3. White has a crappy structure and no compensation. You know, he honestly might be better off taking with the a pawn. I think the dynamism of this might actually give him a little bit of hope, you know, whereas like this is just cruddy. Okay. Why knight d5? You need to develop your pieces. It's still the opening, practically. Blockading. Uber driver, subscribe. He's a problem child. He just wants attention. He got timed out and now he's subscribing. I should time him out more. He might start donating more. Or buying me like meme stock. Knight takes b3. What about developing your pieces, move 11? Or maybe 97. I think this is the wrong idea. Robotically blockading the pawn on d5, it's not going anywhere. First of all. Secondly, you don't want to get pinned on the diagonal. If you play, for example, 97, his knight is bad on b3. Black is just better. I think this is a robotic move. This is a bad mistake. You got such good control of d5. That pawn's not going to advance. You don't have to blockade it. This is a mistake. You're guilty of playing too routinely. Rook d8 is probably okay. I also want to consider rook c7. This is awkward. This is awkward. We need to have a discussion with ourselves. Are we trying to lose or win or draw here? There's practically no way I would play this move. It's a very unnatural move. I mean, again, why not like knight e7? You just have a better structure. His knight is on the worst possible square on the board on b3. And we'll slowly try to get the king closer to the center, play f6. Yeah, bishop h3 is a good suggestion. This is the best suggestion you made today, Uber driver. Something outside of the box. Yeah, bishop h3, stopping f6 and avoiding exchanges. A nice move. And stopping or discouraging, I should say. Discouraging f5. Knight f5. I mean to say. Scourging knight f5. Yeah, this is a great move. That's the best move suggested all day. But rook d6 very awkward. Rook c2, f6, blah blah blah. Move 11 has a hard time crushing like really weak players. He does better against stronger players. No, I'm serious now. Now the guy was like, he just realized it's like move 20, 21. He's like, oh wait, my knight's on a bad square. I just figured it out. My knight can't move anywhere from b3. It's even getting in the way of my b pawn. He's like, wait, I'm gonna move my knight. I mean, dude, you get what you get for putting your rook on d6. You know, that was a really iffy move. Move 11 is too good to get into this kind of situation. No, Uber Driver has too much sense of danger for this to happen. But this guy with white, he literally did nothing the whole game, and now he's almost like winning. Free pawn. That's a possibility. So Sun Prism has a tactical question for you, which is very valid. Fine isn't enough, move 11. We should be beating this guy by now. You let a very robotic player like completely off the hook, and you're lucky if you're not worse. Rook takes d4 is a good point by Sun Prism. You should take this pawn. And maybe Uber Driver would offer a draw. Do you think a draw is a good... Is this a good moment to offer a draw? Uber? What do you think? It's always a good moment to offer a draw. But this secures our draw. Like, seriously. King f7 looks a little shaky. What about knight e4? Doesn't work. Alright. Okay, so you're pinned, you're tied down to c6. And you're planning what exactly? Well, I guess he always has the Sun Prism bailout, rook takes d4. Well, not always. What if white were to play... I have a crazy suggestion for you guys. So if knight f1, you can play bishop takes g2. Yeah, he's ready to trade now. The point was to get the king off the back rank, and that's why move 11 says he's okay. It just occurred to me, like, we can just make that exchange now. Okay, so it's equal. The engine says, get this, that's why Uber Driver knew it was safe to offer a draw. 0.0. Not all endgames are draws, but most are. White didn't maybe sense the danger here. White didn't feel like he played the game very well. He's been lucky that he's still okay. This is like, blunk. Oh. Does the enemy have knight takes b6 now? Smells like draw, right? Again. You know, although, to be fair, this could be a little bit awkward. You have b5, and I would find a way to lose this in the Hungarian team championship against Banus or something. I would lose this to a 2600 somehow. I don't know how. It should be a draw. White plays this and then misses knight takes b6. Did I have rook d1 check? Where? What do you mean rook d1 check? Where? What are you talking about? Yeah. Okay. Rook d1 check. Okay, Uber driver. Very accurate. White's still a little bit better. Again, like a slightly torturous ending. But a draw. Yeah. The guy plays this. It's still a draw. I don't know that any benefit can come to you by defending passively here. So I say just go like king f6. I don't think that good can come of rook d7. You know, your rook wants to be active. The rook is more active on d4. You should play king f6. Or possibly, yeah, you have to because of the check. If rook c7, then you move the pawn. Or possibly counterattack with rook d2. This is a very passive move, rook d7. Why? You're a pawn up in an ending. Only black can win. You need to play as actively as possible. Possibly e4. Rook d7 is... This is the right idea. But White is mindlessly like pushing his pawns for some unknown reason. Seriously, I don't know what White is doing. This is a draw. But your opponent, rather than improving his position, just starts like randomly moving his queenside pawns. Now only you are improving your position. If somehow that pawn gets traded off, you're a clear pawn up. You're doubled pawn. But objectively, it still should be a draw, probably. Let's see. It's still 0-0. Where's Morales? We can always flag him. Oh, that's an interesting move. f4 check. Maybe not the best idea. That was not a good idea. White has 3 pawns. Perfect structure against the 2 Isolani, the double pawns, and that. So he plays f4, creating an extra pawn for black. Looks like a draw. 0. But f4, if you want to lose, this is a good move. Takes, takes, now you're up a clear pawn. The dude went from clear draw to a clear pawn down. It's pretty bad. Now he's about to be 2 pawns down. But interesting question here. Should you check first, driving his king back, and then attack his pawn? See? This is technique. You can take the pawn and be lazy, or you can check him first, drive his king back, and then go over and you win the pawn anyway, but you've driven his king back to a more passive square. on d3. This is probably better. Because now he has rook e8 check. Little finesse, but relevant, you know. You're lucky you're 2 pawns up. It's probably winning. Now I'm not so sure. Pawn does look pretty strong. And that's desperation. Yeah, but I mean, a good try, objectively, to be fair. King g2 is a draw. Damn. Wow. Yeah. Wow. So if you don't take... No, I mean, dude, are you sure this is a draw? Wow. Okay, if white plays like a computer, the margin for error is fairly small. I'm not sure that made sense either. Here, I'm not even sure like you went the right way with your king. Would it make any sense to go here? But yeah, okay, it's 3 against 2. It's probably a draw. Yeah, you shouldn't drop a pawn. But anyway, like, this was clearly an improvement. It looks like rook c4 check is a total win. This is completely winning. It's a whole extra file that you gain. Or your king can sometimes get up very active on g4. King f7 here. Well, what you really want to do is get the 2 connectors, so why don't you go after his g and h pawns? What about this position? What if you attack the g pawn with rook a3? Is he still active enough? This is a draw. So apparently you have to play king g7 first. If check, you can go up. You're totally winning. But I think it's important to remember, like, all you have to do is like win those 2 pawns and forget the rest. So if you can attack the g pawn, win it, and then you're guaranteed to get like rook g4 and rook takes h4, you're winning. The most important goal in rooking games is 2 connected pass pawns. Always. Like, that's the #1 thing. You should always be thinking about some way of getting 2 connected pass pawns. Forget the separated pawns. You know, if you get these 2, that's the easiest way to win. Yeah, it's a draw. Alright. So what happened finally? You beat the guy. You flagged him. You flagged him with mate. It's a draw? Oh my god. So they got to this position. Yeah, the guy's got a very strong pawn. And this is lost. Oh my god. Wow. So h7. How can white not play h7? That's the one move, like, you couldn't possibly not play, right? You gotta play h7. I'm like, okay, I can't move my king. I want my rook behind the pawn, but I can play h7. That's a total draw. But he plays this. And now, interestingly, it's lost. And he's getting mated. Very cute. Alright, guys. It's almost time to go. I got Asterbait and then Sun Prism. Asterbate's always entertaining. Asterbate's playing white here. Whoa, what happened? E3, something different. Queen's Indian. So Asterbate, now you did something experimental. I've never seen you do this before. Why did you do this? What is this? What is this? Bishop b5 check. Losing a tempo for no reason. Don't do that again. This is a very, very stupid idea. Okay, e6, bishop e2. And now black trades the bishop on f3 for nothing. This is creative. Taking of the g-pawn. Bishop takes, bishop d6. It's a normal Tory attack. This is also, I like this move, g3, giving you a fallback square. Bishop g2, knight b7, castle. You might want to wait here, because they could unleash the Kraken. It's not the Kraken, but it's Kraken-like. You might want to wait until black commits to castling one way or the other before you decide yourself. Just a practical advice. Oftentimes black will play h5 in these type of setups, so I think you want to think about it. Delaying castling and not committing yourself necessarily. It's unusual to see Asterbate do this because he oftentimes delays castling himself. Just play a hippo, d3, d3, a5, a3, queen e7, knight d2. If this guy goes queenside, well, we'll wait and see what happens. Maybe we'll play c4. If he doesn't go queenside, then we castle kingside. But you committed very early here, so now he can let it rip with h5. Yeah, that's dangerous. It's a little dangerous and not that unusual actually, especially because of g3. You gave him this lever with h4. But your opponent wasn't up to the task. He plays a very bad move, knight e5. Honestly, bishop e5 would be a better move than knight e5. Hands down. Queen e7. You did it again. You did this last week. Stop necessarily doing d4. This is better than the other position. I still like keeping a flexible structure. But you played d4. You have a white square bishop on the board. The other game we saw Asterbate, where you traded off your white square bishop. This would be really, really bad if you didn't have a white square bishop. It's not so bad because you have the white square bishop, and your bishop and your knight can control the e4 square. There was another game where he did d4, where he didn't have a white square bishop and black had a knight outposted on e4. That's not a good idea. Personally, I like dynamic imbalance, so maybe d3, but this is okay, understandable. The knight's very bad at g6. This guy's only counterplay is h5, h4, but you want to strike in the center with e4, so knight d2. Knight d2, idea e4. If h5, we go e4. Open it up before he can attack you. The other possibility, okay, this is alright too. Yeah, black should play h5 and then try to attack you. Although his king isn't safe either. He doesn't have to, but okay, he could just castle. You're slightly better. Two bishops. This is... Whose king is safer here? Guys, answer me. Whose king is safer here? It's close. I admit it's close. Black has h5, h4, the knight g4, bishop pointing here. But the fact that his pawn is moved up, he's over there. Maybe you should consider b4. But does anybody have a comment about b4? What do you guys think about this move? Because all bets are off now that we're opposite side castling. It's like opposite color bishops. It's a dynamic situation where material goes down in value. So I think like b4 is a fantastic move. I dare you to take that pawn. Because now it's just open line city. And now his king is, you know, kitty city. This is open line city. Before Toys R Us, there was Kitty City. This is Kitty City. Easy. Now blast it open. We're blasting it open. Either you take the pawn or blasting it open with b5. Explosive flashbang grenade with the b5 here. Will BB. King on a8 seems very safe. Temporarily. You know, king on a8 seems safe until, you know, b4, b5, and this bishop opens up on a long diagonal. Don't forget that. It's not like a static situation. We're gonna open up the white squares. You don't have a white square bishop. And it's gonna take you 2 moves to put your king on a8. And by then, I'm gonna be blasting it open with b4, b5. So I think that white's king is a little safer. He should go for h5. He does. Now Asterbate, my opinion, makes a mistake here. You've got to consider the blocking move h4. You've got to consider it very seriously. Especially because his knight is badly placed. Check this variation out. Holy shit. Not too many people would find this. Knight takes h4. Takes and knight g4, and then the ready-made like fishing pole attack with queen h4. So the bottom line is like we can't slow it down. But he can't checkmate us with the bishop on g2. You would have to be like tripled on the h-file. So you need to open up the queen side as soon as possible. b4. b4, rook c1. C takes d with the idea of rook c1 and attacking on the c file. Something like that. This is not the right idea. You're closing the position. Want to attack opponent king? I see you've got b4, b5. Okay, I mean maybe it's not bad, but you have to understand that you have a white square bishop and he doesn't. And so the white squares are your stronger suit. So it would be like more logical to undermine the white squares, like c6 and d5. Yeah, Uberdrive is obviously e4, but I think this is even better. Even better than e4, because it looks impossible to the materialist out there, is b4, b5. Because Uberdriver, what did Aaron say about attacking the enemy pawn chain? Do we attack the enemy pawn chain at its head? Or do we attack the enemy pawn chain at its base? You attack the base. You attack Al-Qaeda, right? The base. As close to the base as possible. Even a5, a6, a6, you know. e4 is not as effective. Yeah, b4. You like b4 even? Yeah. Well, knight c3 doesn't hurt, you know. And it's more active than knight d2. But material goes out the window. Opposite side castling. We have the bishop pair. Screw the material. But this is the wrong idea. Now he's got to get in b4, b5, attack the c6 square. It's going to take time. Black can counterplay with e5. I hope this works. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a bad judgment by black. And it happens, you know. It's like Kasparov-Karpov, King's Indian. There were some lines in the King's Indian where one side, like white, would try to blockade with g4. No, if it works, it works. You blockade the King's Indian. If it doesn't work, it's game over, bro. Autoplay a4. It's a4. It's your other h4. Yeah, I mean, sadly, taking en passant is good too. But I think that a4 is the simplest. And after a6, we're going to triple and sack a piece on b5. I mean, maybe the easiest thing to do is like queen d3, h4, pawn takes pawn, knight takes b5, forget about it. There's no way that black is surviving here. Black's attack isn't even close. It's not even close to fast enough. And I love sacking pieces on like Slav, a6 Slav, you know, b5 pawn structures. This guy is gone after b5. He's already worse, but he's gone. But this is alternative. It's the same thing as King's Indian. Like, it happens there too. You can like try to break with h5, or you can take en passant and creep in. So there's weak square here, a4, a5, the c file. This looks pretty good. And his bishop's off the diagonal here, so no threats. c5 is not going to save him. This line is too dangerous. So he can't keep the position closed. He doesn't have a strong attack now without the bishop on c7. His knights are sitting there like idiots, right? It's like the Trump trial. Like the knight on g6 is J.D. Vance, and the one on I don't know, the governor of, oh, what's his face? No, the senator. Tommy the senator, and J.D. Vance. But no, I mean, they're sitting in the pews, just watching the trial, you know, while the dude's gonna get crucified here on this file and the BNC files. Asturbate's in the zone. B takes C, H takes G, whatever. And now you lost your mind. Just recapture, man. The guy has no threats here. There's no reason to risk this, Queen A4. You should just recapture. Black's not even close to having a threat yet. So this is Asturbate's like first really concrete mistake, I think. Although apparently he's like mating the opponent anyway. The computer accepts this as an answer. I think it's unnecessarily risky. There's absolutely no reason to take here. And I also want to say, like, this is not outside the realm of consideration. In a very similar game, yeah, Uber Driver's pointing it out. In a very similar recent game, Asturbate played f takes g6 on black side of a Sicilian. And it was outside the box, you know. And this is actually a nice move. There's no knight g4. You have the f file. d4 is adequately protected, so this is not busting through. There's nothing wrong with f takes g3. It's a typical example of Asturbate getting carried away. You know, there's no reason to take any risk here whatsoever. Queen a4, getting excited, and you're winning, yeah. And so the guy plays rook takes h2, check, and now I recommend strongly king b8. After king b8, things are not so clear, and you like wrecked your king side for no reason. This is lucky. So now on king d6, surprisingly, white has knight b5 mate. It took me a while to see it. I saw mate in 2. But I mean, seriously, dude, the guy has king b8. You have to recapture, and you know, you're moves away from finishing him off here, to be honest. You're several moves away from finishing him off. This was a massive risk, and there was no reason to do that. Okay. Import. Sung Prism. I know Sung Prism has been waiting. We had a lot of games for today. This was the last one. So you're black. Thanks for waiting. You know, it's good to force some of the audience to stay here while I'm waiting. We don't talk about other websites. Right. So e46, bishop c4. It's interesting. It's kind of shocking there's only one game in the master database there. Someone on sound likes to play the Jack Young hillbilly attack. Jack Young was a master from New England and New Hampshire, and I didn't know Jack too well, but he contributed to Linkspringer, this like weird openings magazine that used to exist. I don't know if it still exists, but he's still around somewhere. He used to do this article called the what was it? He wrote an article for a chess magazine called Bozo's Chess Emporium, where he really specialized in like weird stuff. I mean, I imagine that if you got like an expert on weird openings, like, yeah. But bishop c4 against the French, this is probably well known in those like circles. All right, so d5. Now I would assume white would try the same thing. Drown the clown. Did you ever play Jack Young, Uber driver? He basically retired from playing before I was really active in New England. Unfortunately. I imagine he's still out there somewhere. No, he used to just like come and hang out at tournaments, but he wouldn't play. I have to ask my friend the Weed Master. But bishop c4, you know, I imagine that's been played. But I would think like the idea would be some kind of weird gambit. Again. You know, objectively, if you're going to play this, it's pretty bad though. I mean, you got nothing. It's not as good as the Kraken. It's definitely worse than the Kraken. But here you really got nothing. I mean, you liberated this bishop. Symmetrical structure. White's lucky if he's not worse. There's a case to be made for like bishop e2, because ultimately the bishop can be kind of restricted on b3. It's going to come back to c2, like a Kopeck Sicilian. So he does that. I don't think this is so stupid. But Sun Prism, from your perspective, you know, I think if you want to win, every chess club has a guy that never plays but gives unsolicited chess advice. Well, I mean, yeah. There are a lot of masters, sack draw, who like got disenchanted with chess at some point. I'm not just talking about like random players. Like Jack Young was like 2300. I mean, he was a pretty good player. So I guess I'm talking about like, you know, stronger players. So anyway, like I think like you might want to not play d5. I like c5. And I like a6, and you don't have to be dogmatic. I hate the symmetrical pawn structure. It's totally lifeless, you know? It's like going to a barren planet. For me, like, pawn structure dynamics are one of the most important things in chess. So if you force me to play, like Jesse Cry likes to play the Exchange Slav, I just want to, like, slit my wrists, you know? He likes, you know, sterile positions that are like finite, and I like imbalance. But Sun Prism is kind of an aggressive player. I would think like you would try to steer away from the standard line. Yeah, b5 is a little bit over the top. But how about knight f6? I've played this for sure. Dude, the bishop moved twice. d5 is a good move. Well, that's not my point. But like you can play something more creative. Knight f6, for example. What's he gonna do? If e5, d5. I'm just saying, like, don't have to be dogmatic. You can play in a way that, you know, is both good and also maybe a little bit like dynamic and also unpleasant or new for your opponent. I think knight f6 is an interesting idea. Yeah, b5 is too much. This is a Dorian on drugs. So anyway, you're better, but it's symmetrical structure. If white wants a draw, dude, good luck with that. Seriously, Sun Prism, if your opponent is like 2100 and they're dead set on the draw, and you're 2000 or something, yeah, good luck on beating them in this exceedingly boring symmetrical French exchange variation. You know, the only other way to play the black side of the French symmetrical exchange variation is where you're going to castle queenside. That's another risky strategy. Here we're going to try to be like Rajabov. Alright, you can do it. You know, Rajabov, old Rajabov, you're going to have to like squeeze this guy with everything you got. Bishop f5 is a good move. I'm not sure about queen b3. I would think maybe c6 first. The bishop f5, queen b3, you know, you have too much. Rook e8, some dynamics. Okay. Bishop f5 is good. Bishop g5, artificial. Knight on bd7, castles, and now h6. But I wouldn't rush with h6. Play h6 anytime. It doesn't help you. If you're not going to play g5, then h6 isn't a priority. So I would say you should play like, you should probably play c6 first. So on queen b3 you have options. You can meet it in all different ways. Queen b8 is a great way. By the way, in many cases in the Slav and stuff of meeting that, you know, queen b3. Obviously you can play queen c7, but sometimes the queen is more restricted here. There's no bishop retreat. There may be advantages in playing queen b8. h6 is kind of robotic, and I think this exchange is bad for you. I just want to point this out. Alright? Also a6 Slav. Like say c6, knight on bd2, queen b8, or whatever. Just remember that like this exchange, bishop g3, is good for white. You don't want to be like encouraging him to do that. So if you break the pin without playing h6, it might be beneficial. I realize he might have this type of move, but you're on h2. So it's not so easy. You know, he probably has to play like h3, then h6, and it's a different ball game. But after this bishop e3, okay, that's a bad move. That looks like a definite mistake. I mean, what are you gonna do? What were you gonna do on bishop h4? One could argue that like one of the biggest strategic keys to the French defense is like white trading the dark square bishop. If you go to classical French theory, right, 101, Tarrasch playing Bafinic playing the Tarrasch with white. There was this game where he did like something crazy that always impressed me. Check, knight c6, knight f3, bishop d6, castles, knight e7 takes, bishop takes, knight b3, bishop e3, and the Soviet championship in like 48 or whatever. I don't know if the game's in here. Well, if it was in there, it would be in there. There's an Ivkov game. No. Well, I don't know if this is exactly the right position. I think so. You see, like, that's the whole idea. Like, this is the best positional exchange in the French defense for white, because we're trading our bad bishop for your good bishop. Even to the extent of, like, allowing white to have a bad structure with the pawn on e3. Botvinnik himself did that with white, and he's a French defense player. So I think here h6 is a lazy way of breaking this pin. Yeah, there's a benefit to it. It gives your bishop a fallback square on h7. It could have some benefit, but it's better, you know, it's better to play c6. And probably he should do this unprovoked, to be honest. You know, bishop h4. Anyway, alright, so c6. Bishop e3 is terrible. And now you play queen c7, which is dubious, apparently. And it's not really a dubious move. I'll make a comment on this. Move 11. No, not you. The other move 11. Mr. Coffee. A lot of players will tend to put the queen on the dumb end of the diagonal with white in, like, queen's gambit. This is also another reason why sometimes queen b8 is not so stupid, but you can play like a5, grab space. You know, this is how does a strong player win such a position with black? I've seen Lichess win Petrovs with black. Totally symmetrical positions just by grabbing space, and maybe that's the best thing to do. And maybe a5. If white plays passively, you grab as much space as you can. You know, we were analyzing Petrosian games with move 11, and Petrosian was really big on space, any kind of space. So this is very limited. We can attack, maybe. Is it the wrong rook? Could we go other rook? How do you know, like, which rook you want to put on e8? Doesn't matter. No, it's okay. It's a little exchange sacrifice. Okay, we're getting carried away. Uh-oh. Now, before we, like, freak out, it's possible if you play g5 you win a piece, but white has maybe, like, some serious compensation. I mean, you have to calculate this carefully. What I was going to say is there's another possibility of doing, like, rook takes e3. I don't know if you thought about this. What if you were to sack the exchange and then win a piece with g5? You know, would that be more effective? Because this looks actually really good too. Well, like, less dangerous somehow. You know, you eliminated his dark square bishop. Now you're going to win a piece. I guess at the end of the day, the material is relatively close. But somehow it seems like better in a way, because white, like, doesn't have any threats here. He has, like, no threats. Even though the material, what's it, like, equal? It's like +4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's crazy, dude. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this position. Materially, according to the Parker brothers, black has a bishop and a knight. Can you guys believe this? I mean, bishop and a knight, technically, according to the fundamental rules of Parker brothers chess at Toys R Us, Or if you go to any beginner and you ask them, the material balance according to the paper you get in the box, material is equal here. This is freaking unbelievable. Plus 4.6. Well, this is a good example of not playing too superficially and considering all your options, really. But I mean, okay. Candidate moves, man. Make sure you've evaluated all the candidate moves. Regardless of how deep you can calculate, the more important thing is that you calculate horizontally. Don't miss horizontal moves, both for your opponent and for yourself. G5 is good, but it's a little scarier. Feels like he's got some big threats here. Queen e2 is not scary, but yeah. I think it's good enough. The bottom line is that you're winning. You're winning your way, you're winning my way. My way or the highway, but my way was more winning than your way, according to the computer. Well, I think my way was safer, somehow. Like, slightly safer. This is still good enough. Good game. Really powerful display by black. Now, feels like we're close to a rook takes g2. It's such a pity that this doesn't work. It would be beautiful. Rook takes g2, knight takes g2, queen takes h3, check. This looks really good. Just not quite good enough, probably. So you played bishop g3. Wow, rook g3 is the move. I didn't see it. Here I am looking at rook takes g2, and that's only +1. You know you have a good position if rook takes g2 is still +1. Wow. Yeah, I mean, there isn't like a forced breakthrough. You probably might as well just like go here or something and just go back to the E file. This is a nice move though. Nice move. I think what you did is like great. It's definitely great. Clear win, 2 pieces up. Alright, good game. Yeah, rook g3 was cool. Yeah, this is over. Alright, nothing to see here, folks. I want to just go quickly over to Tazek, because he didn't show up, but he did submit a game. We'll take a quick look here. Tazek was white. No, Tazek was black. d4, e6. Okay, cool, so it's an English defense. Now not so much. This is a Nimzo. Well, really it's not Nimzo, but knight f6 should get played. It does. Somewhere I saw recently, maybe on like a, I don't know, on my phone, somewhere stuffed down my throat, discussion of bishop d2. Oh no, Sun Prism, please. Please. Please don't tell me that, dude. I'm trying to help you and then you're going there. My enemy. My philosophical enemies. Why do you have to like support my philosophical enemies? You could secretly support them, but not overtly. Gotham is a kind of like fake I am, All show, all bark and no bite. The guy's not an I am like me. Superficial only. Not clear how he got the title, but I really am really happy for his financial success. I congratulate him on his financial success. But anytime, want to bring a match for money or something like that, I'm down, Over the board, not online. Bishop e7, queen c2. Just call him out. I don't know how people get the IM title when they suck, basically. Or they're like an average FM. You gotta have friends. Well, I know who I'm betting on. But we're not talking online. So this is an interesting game. Tezek was black. It's actually not that different from the Asterbait game we talked about. So c5, e3. Yeah, well, the longer the time control, the deader he would be. Castles, bishop e2, d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, castle queenside. And here you need to have your brain analyzed for possible parasites, because nobody castles queenside in this position. Well, okay, there are a few people, but this is clearly insanely dangerous for white. This is insanely dangerous. For white. And he just doesn't have an attack, and he's going to get wrecked on the C file. And that's just not gonna matter at all. We're still gonna get wrecked on the C file no matter what you do. It's over. Jesse bro, you're here again. You perform any emergency operations or anything today? Would I hit you up for an emergency appendectomy or something like that? Can you do emergency surgery? King b1, rook c8, queen d3, oof. Yeah, this is just an oof. Oof game. Not pretty. This is simply black knows how to play chess, been watching my stream, and white has been watching Gotham Chess or something like that. I'm getting blocked from gloaning. The other guy. Dude, are you going to do this to me too? You're seriously going to do this to me too? The other guy? Dude, how much are they paying you to do this? To come to my stream and promote other streamers? Alright, that's it. Alright, you're timed out. This is unbelievable. I'm going to time you out for even mentioning the guy's name. Isn't he banned? His name is banned here. He's not an IM, dude. I can't believe you called him the other IM. What did he do? He bought games from his friends or something? How is the guy an IM? What tournaments? I mean, seriously. Max rating. What tournaments you won? Every category under the world, he's like an Anna Rudolph IM, bro. Seriously. I want to see... No, I mean, you can tell him this, personally. I want to see a match between Levy Roseman and Anna Rudolph, okay? Because they're basically the same level. How did you become an IM? From my perspective. I mean, I'm serious. There's IMs and then there's, people who, they're not really an IM. How did you even become an IM? That's the question, Anyway, I'm sorry. It's ugly, but I had to say the truth, what I really feel. No. you bought games from your friends. I mean, I don't know. I can only speculate. Like, it's one thing to be like 2380 FIDE or something somehow. But I was like 100 points stronger than that. It's not even a contest. But it's annoying that, like, you would call him the other I am. Didn't she? Oh man, sex act draw. Jesus Christ, dude. Sex act draw. How old are you again? You've been reading like Russian propaganda or something? Anything about Anna Rudolph, dude, but she didn't cheat. She was accused of cheating by a scummy cheater herself. I don't like it when people, like, you know, misunderstand things. That's totally... No, Anna is correct, but she's just not a very strong player. There was this guy, man, he couldn't handle, like, losing to her. And he started, like, making some fake accusations that she cheated. But he's the biggest scumbag in the world. Oleg Krivonosov. I hate her, like, 100 times more than Levy Roseman or something. The guy is the biggest piece of shit ever in online chess. He flags people with rook against rook. And he couldn't handle losing to a girl, so he, like, accused her of cheating. But I still think that she's weak to be a men's IM. And a good example of a player who really doesn't seem strong enough to be a men's IM. To be fair, she had me beat, you know. She had me beat, and she fucked up a winning king and pawning game. But it was really a awkward game. Like, she approached me before the game and offered me a draw, and I was fucking white. And I was like, sorry, I'd like to play. But that's puts you in an awkward situation. Like, a really, you know, attractive woman comes to the game, offers you a draw before the game, or the day before, whenever, and I'm just like, I'm not here to, like, give draws to, like, weaker players, sorry. But it puts you in, like, this onus of, like, kind of like a Armageddon thing, where, like, I have to win or else, you know, I'm not enough of a man or whatever. So I put myself in that situation, and then I was, like, worse, and I fucked up, and I was worse, and she couldn't win, like, a simple king and pawning game. I swear to God. It was a draw. It was a really bad tournament for me. Back in 2011. I think it was 2011. But I mean, it was embarrassing. It was like the time that it was like when Magnus, like, won a drawn king and pawning game against the Chinese women's world champion. What's her name? Correct me. I have a terrible memory loss, but it's ridiculous, you know? Like, you can't even win, like, a basic king and pawning game. She's a nice person. I have no problem with her, but I don't think she deserves to be a men's IM. No, the real one. Who you fan? No, who you fan? Against who you fan? Magnus won, like, a totally drawn king and pawning game against her in Weekend's. It's really embarrassing. But anyways, this is Tezek's game. He just crushed this guy. This is embarrassing. More embarrassing than my stories. Hello. Okay, nice knowing you. Anyway, guys, it was fun. Alright, we're going to try to wake up tomorrow and play some blitz chess. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Uptime, 4 hours, 4:41 minutes. Thanks for the donations. And, you know, yeah. Well, anyway. Friday. Tomorrow, blitz chess, 12 noon, Sunday simul from 6:30 CEST. Thanks for the stream, Move 11. Bye, guys.